Ladies and gentlemen, we are live as KRC presents the running of the NASCAR Cup Series race at Pocono, the M&M's Fan Appreciation 400. We are getting set for today's race, and we'll take you through all the pre-race predictions, standings with the playoff scenarios for the NASCAR Cup Series coming into today's race, and more for this pre-race. You'll get to listen to any driver interviews as well throughout the course between now and the drop of the green flag. It is going to be an interesting race later on today, to say the least. The unknown that is Pocono with this next-gen car. We got to see at least a glimpse of some of the troubles that some of the drivers had in the handling department in both practice and qualifying yesterday. And we have some updated stories, of course, coming into today's race from the fallout over the last 48 hours with news in the NASCAR Cup Series as well. So like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we're getting into today's live race commentary for the NASCAR Cup Series, as we usually do on most weeks that I do not go to the racetrack. And this is going to be another one of those days. Now, I will say first and foremost that I will not be doing live commentary for the Michigan race in 2 weeks, because I will be at the race, and then next weekend I'll be spending the race day watching with my grandparents, so there will be no live commentary for the Cup Series for the next 2 weeks on the channel. We'll come back and better than ever the following week at Richmond. This is going to be a very interesting race today. I'm sure a lot of people are hyped for this one. Probably more hype around this Pocono race than maybe any other in recent years in the NASCAR Cup Series. We'll talk about the playoff scenarios first before I get into the predictions for today's race, just because of how wild and chaotic this could be if we have yet another new winner. So far on the season, we have had 14 new winners this year. I'll show on my screen the point standings on NASCAR's website, so I'll shrink that down here for a little bit, and we'll talk about how this is all shaping out. So first and foremost, for the regular season championship, we'll get this out of the way quickly. Chase Elliott has a 67-point lead over Ross Chastain as of right now. With that being said, he has over a one-race lead in the standings and is obviously the hottest driver in the NASCAR Cup Series, and in fact even won a non-NASCAR event last night in the SRX Series race at Sharon Speedway, just about 4 hours west of the Pocono Raceway. And I do have to say, Chase Elliott, he starts towards the front today. I'm sure he'll have another good performance as long as he can keep the car in one piece and make it to the finish. I'm sure he'll probably have a pretty solid day. It's going to be tough for Ross Chastain and Ryan Blaney to run him down in the regular season point standings. Currently, Chastain is in second, 67 points behind Elliott, and Ryan Blaney is 78 points back in third. Those are really the only three realistic drivers to win the championship in the regular season so far this year, but Elliott far and away is the leader right now. But if we look down near the playoff standings as of right now, and let's rank this based off of the playoff standings currently, we have had 14 different winners so far this season. The only two drivers that are above the cutoff line coming into today's race on points would be Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. So both drivers obviously having good seasons. Blaney has 10 top 10, 7 top 5s. He doesn't have a win yet, but he also has 5 stage wins, which is tied for the second most in the Cup Series this season. Martin Truex Jr. has the most stage wins of any other driver this year, 8 top 10s, 3 top 5s, and is fourth in the regular season standings. Again, Blaney is third in the regular season standings, but they're 15th and 16th on the playoff grid. Now, Blaney is sitting 105 points to the good above Kevin Harvick, who is the first driver below the cutoff line, and Martin Truex Jr. is 68 points to the good. But we mentioned before, going into deep detail on the point standings, if we get new winners, whether they are above or below the cutoff line, if you win, you are in, as long as we don't get more than 16 different winners. Now, coming into today's race, there are 6 races left in the regular season. We have today at Pocono, then we still have Indianapolis on the road course, then we go to Michigan, Richmond, Watkins Glen, and then the regular season finale at Daytona. I think there's a very good chance that we can get more than 16 different winners. I am sold on the fact that I think we're going to get more than 16 different winners, because I think it is very likely that Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. can go to victory lane between now and then. I circle Richmond as a track that Martin Truex Jr. could definitely win at. Richmond was a race he almost won earlier this season, and he contends for wins year in and year out at that track. And Ryan Blaney is pretty good As far as, well, he got his first career win here at Pocono. He'll be starting inside the top 10 today. I think he'll have a good run today. I think there's an opportunity for him to have a good run at Michigan and Daytona, which he won at last season as well. Watkins Glen, he's had good runs in the past. I'm not saying that necessarily, he's going to be the dominant car, but those are definitely tracks he can contend for the win at. But I don't know. If I had to pick either Truex or Blaney to win a race between just one of them before the end of the season, I'd probably lean on Martin Truex Jr. mainly because of Richmond. And Ryan Blaney's been super consistent this year, but he hasn't quite led as many laps as what he did very early in the season. So that's the only thing kind of concerning with me on the 12 car as far as him trying to get a win. And realistically, I honestly don't see any driver below the cutoff line winning any race except for Daytona in the regular season finale, which if Truex wins Richmond, that would be 15 winners. I think we could get a 16 different winner at Daytona, whether that be Eric Almirola, who's a good super speedway racer, whether that would be Michael McDowell, who's a good super speedway racer, Bubba Wallace is a great super speedway racer. In fact, he has finished second, I think, in the last 3 points-paying races at Daytona. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is a good restrictor plate or super speedway racer. His only 2 career wins have come there. Brad Keselowski is another driver. So that is where the odds, I think, are going to be stacked against. Now, Blaney's also really good when it comes to super speedway racing, but I don't think you want to have the pressure of trying to win that race to get into the playoffs at the end of the regular season, but that could possibly be an idea as well. The most unknown racetrack, I think, going in is probably going to be this race today based off of practice and qualifying. But one thing that we can look at is the fact that the Toyotas and the Chevrolets, I think, are going to be the 2 manufacturers to beat. I don't think Fords are going to be up there competing for the win today like the Chevrolets and the Toyotas based off of qualifying and practice alone yesterday, as we'll look at that real quick right now as well. And I'll get the raw feed up here in a little bit. The raw feed is not available for whatever reason as of right now, even though it's saying it is. So hopefully we don't go halfway through the race without that today. And thanks for everybody tuning in, by the way. I know I haven't looked at the chat too much from the start, but I really want to get through all this pre-race before the start of the actual race. We have 45 people watching right now. Hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content along the way. Nathan Richardson, Billy Carjoy, Trey's Rail Fanning, Terry Lewis, Brian Chastain, Fish King 883, Tiny Gibbs for the win, Billy Kramer, Cheyenne, Joel Flork, and others. Welcome to the stream, guys. Thanks for tuning in today. And yes, we will talk about the headlines coming in immediately following what practice and qualifying looked like yesterday. Denny Hamlin topped the charts at qualifying. He'll be starting on the pole. But again, you look at the Toyotas and the Chevrolets primarily in practice, which is what I really want to look at right now. The Fords unloaded very, very slow. Somewhere along the line in the wind tunnel and throughout all the preparation leading up during the week, the simulations that they have done in the shop, they have not come prepared for Pocono with this next-gen car today. You look at Ross Chastain was fastest yesterday in practice. No Fords in the top 14. Highest running Ford in practice yesterday was Austin Cindric in 15th. And then you had Logano, Buescher right behind him. But look at all the Fords in the back half of the field. Even Blaney was 28th in practice. Harvick was 30th in practice. Almirola 27th in practice. Those are names you should not be seeing that far down in the practice order. And that is concerning, obviously. Now, they picked up the pace a little bit in qualifying, at least for some drivers. Maybe they tried to go for just full qualifying mode going into practice yesterday, knowing that track position will likely matter in today's race. Pocono's always been a difficult track to pass on, but still, only 2 Fords qualified inside the top 11. That was Ryan Blaney and Chris Buescher, and that's why I feel like Blaney's got the highest opportunity of any of the Fords to run well today, but I don't think it's a guarantee that he's going to run well. I think he will have a good day today, and I think there's a good shot he finishes in the top 10, but I don't think he's going to be competing for the win by any means. He was my prediction to win this race at the very start of the season, but as we come into today's race, I just don't trust the Ford speed. I would probably say he's probably going to run 8th to 12th most of the race if I had to guess. Maybe score some stage points here and there. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to be racing for points, who's going to be racing for the wins, especially when you consider the fact there are a lot of drivers with 1 win on the season. If we get more than 16 different winners, Some of those drivers could be in danger below the cutoff line, like an Austin Cindric, a Chase Briscoe, who are Fords that haven't run well in practice and qualifying this weekend that may stay out to get some stage points during the stage breaks. You're going to see the strategy play out today a lot similarly to what you saw on the road courses this season, just because of how long this track is. If you're close enough to the leader at the end of the stages before pit road closes, I think you're going to see those drivers pit because they'll be able to stay on the lead lap. They'll get track position for the next stage. But the drivers who are going to be trying to stay out there that need stage points because of point scenarios, they will definitely stay out. Bowman, Cindric, Briscoe, Daniel Suarez will battle for the final spot if someone outside the playoffs wins. Exactly, yeah, that's why I wanted to cover that. Suarez as well. Hamlin would be fine because he does have 2 wins. Tiny Gibbs wins. Does KFB sign with JGR? Honestly, I don't think Gibbs is going to win today. He did not practice or qualify this car, so he has never been in a next-gen car, not only for a race, but also did not practice or qualify the car. So I don't think he is... The odds are with him to run well, but if he does run really well, a top 10 would be like a win for him today. If he runs top 10, the Toyotas have been fast this weekend. I mean, Kurt Busch was... they're not going to be using the same car because he's going to a backup car, but he was top 10 in both practice and qualifying yesterday. And the Toyotas as a whole, you see Bubba Wallace was top. He was 7th in practice. Truex was 8th. Kyle Busch was 2nd. Denny Hamlin was 1st. So a lot of the Toyotas looking quick this weekend. They're pretty high on my radar, in my opinion, to get the win. It's going to be between those guys and the top Chevy team, which in my opinion is Hendrick Motorsports, and that's mainly just Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. At Hendrick, I don't really think Bowman or Byron is going to be competing for the win today like the 5 and the 9 could. They have not shown the same speed over the last dozen weeks or so. MT13 took Ross over Martin in matchup. Yeah, and we will talk fantasy pretty much right about now so we could get through the fantasy portion. Again, you can sign up on the NASCAR.com website or mobile app. Go to fantasy, search for KRC League. After you sign up with your email, it is free to join. I'll put it in the chat, the title of the name, KRC League, KRC in all caps, space, and then capital L on league. I spelled league wrong, hang on. I fat-fingered it. All right, there we go. Yeah, so search for KRC League. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing in 2023 if you win the regular season or the playoff championship, excluding, of course, the Daytona 500. You can't pick that race for price reasons, but outside of that, though, I will buy you 2 tickets. I will try to get to that race as well in 2023. And Sad Uranus won the regular season title last year, so he got that. I won the playoff championship last season, so nobody else got that second victory as far as the tickets go. But we'll see if anybody could do it this year. And it's looking like we are going to crown regular season champion. You're automatically qualified for the playoffs as well, as long as you're in the league when the playoffs start. There are 100 entries available. Gibbs would be a miracle, but it'd be great to see. That'd be insane. No Cup drivers ever won in their first career start before, so that would be absolutely insane. We've seen drivers win their second and third starts a couple times before, and even that's rare. Like a Trevor Bayne or a Jamie McMurray, Kevin Harvick back in 2001. But it is very difficult. Even Justin Haley at Daytona a couple years ago in the summer race. Now, there could be weather threatening later. I know it's been kind of raining overnight at my house today, and I live about 6.5 hours roughly straight east of Pocono. So if that rain is going that way, there could be rain in the forecast. I haven't really checked the weather today, but hopefully they can get all 400 miles in for today's race. All right, time to talk about the fantasy itself. As I just mentioned, these are drivers that you should stay away from in your lineups today. Possible dark horse picks, and eventually my pick to win, and the drivers who I think will compete for the win and run well throughout today's race. I've been pretty good at the predictions over the last 6-7 weeks. It's getting a bit easier as we're getting into the season. We know the drivers that are running competitively on a regular basis and ones who are not running competitively on a regular basis so far. So let me pull that up on my phone. I thought I had it open, and I do. All right. 2 drivers who you should not have in your lineups today. I just talked about Ford not likely competing well. I think you should definitely stay away from Kevin Harvick. I know he's pretty good at Pocono with recent success especially, but he qualified 24th and was 30th fastest in practice. Highest SHR car in practice and qualifying was Chase Briscoe, but he was still outside the top 15 as well. Stay away from Kevin Harvick today, and I would stay away from Joey Logano as well. He was pretty consistently right around 15th yesterday in action, 16th fastest in practice, and was 14th quickest in qualifying. That's where he'll start today's race. I don't see him getting the top 10 as well as Kevin Harvick at the end of the day. I think Logano's definitely got a better shot to do that, but I don't think it's going to happen for him personally. He has not been that quick overall over the last couple of weeks. Really, even Cindric has been outrunning him about the last 3 or 4 weeks, it seems like, on speed on a regular basis. So that 22 team is struggling. I would stay away from Logano and Harvick today. Again, those are my picks to finish outside the top 10 of usual favorites to do that more often than not. Eric Jones, Tyler Reddick are the 2 dark horse picks for me today. We'll start off with Tyler Reddick. I mentioned Chevrolets were fast. Well, he timed in yesterday, 8th fastest in practice. He qualified 16th, kind of messed up a little bit on his qualifying lap in that first session. Missed the top 10 by a little bit, but I think he'll be around and at least get a top 10 finish by the end of today's race. He finished 9th and 11th in both Pocono races last year during the doubleheader, so he has good success at this racetrack. I think that is probably going to be right around where he finishes today, and hopefully it's in that top 10 for the sake of my predictions, and that'll be correct as well. Eric Jones is the other driver that I have this weekend for the dark horse picks. Eric Jones has been pretty good at Pocono in recent success. He's got 5 top 4 finish. Hang on, I have that wrong. He's got 5 top 5s, 4 finishes of 3rd place or better, and 6 top 10s and just 10 career starts at the racetrack. Pretty much every start outside of with RPM and with the 77 team back in his rookie season, which was Furniture Row Motorsports. Outside of those starts, any start he had with JGR, he was pretty much in the top 10, top 5 every single time. Now, I know it's not JGR today, but he was 6th fastest in practice yesterday. I think that will translate well. Again, Chevys and Toyotas is big on speed today. Primarily Toyotas, but Chevrolets are right there, and I think they can run back half of the top 10. I would not be surprised if Reddick and Jones could squeak a top 10 finish out of today's race. The 2 must-haves coming into today's race would be Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch. They're both on the front row, of course. Hamlin qualified on the pole yesterday. He was 11th fastest in practice. Didn't quite unload with the same speed that Kyle Busch or some of the other Toyotas did, but he picked it up in qualifying, and track position obviously matters at Pocono. Hamlin's a 5-time Pocono winner, both times in his rookie season in 2006. Also a win in the second race in 2009, the first race in 2010. Had one of the wins in the Pocono doubleheader races in 2020, and the year before that he won the August race in 2019. He's got 4 finishes of 4th or better in the last 5 Pocono starts as well for Denny Hamlin. So 6 wins at this racetrack. Sorry, I might have said 5, but 6 wins at Pocono in his career. And he's got a shot to get number 7 today. He's already the all-time Pocono winner. He's trying to add on to that. Kyle Busch, he's won quite a bit here, more so in recent years than Denny Hamlin. 4 wins, 2017, 2018, 2019, and last year he won the second Pocono race on fuel mileage in 2021. He has 10 top 10 finishes in the last 11 Pocono starts, 7 top 5s in his last 9 Pocono starts as well. So a lot more consistent in recent years than Denny Hamlin, outside of the fact that Hamlin, I should say over a longer period of time. Hamlin's been good the last 5 races, but that stretches towards the last 9 to 11 races for Kyle Busch's success, and he's had more wins in that stretch as well. Qualified second, he's on the front row right there with Denny Hamlin. I mentioned he was a little faster in practice, was 7th quickest, and Kyle Busch is going to be my pick to win today's race at Pocono, with all that being said. So that is the fantasy advice for today. Quick news lines coming into today's race. Both Ty Dillon and Eric Jones were docked 34 driver points after, I believe, an L1 infraction. I don't know if that took place this weekend at Pocono. Maybe that's why Jones was fast in practice. I don't know the full details on that. He was definitely slower in qualifying yesterday, so I don't know if that maybe translated into that or if it was a completely separate thing that happened maybe during the R&D center later this week or a team inspection in the shop. Whatever the case was, they were docked 35 points. That's crucial if any one of those 2 drivers are able to win a race this year, primarily Eric Jones, because if we have more than 16 different winners, the likelihood of him pointing his way in with a win into the top 16 drivers with a win this season is going to be very unlikely with that penalty, kind of similar to the case with Brad Keselowski earlier this year, even though that penalty that Jones had wasn't as hefty as a penalty, obviously, as Keselowski by I think 65 points, but still, that's over a half race worth of points for Eric Jones, so he's going to need that consistent speed today. As I mentioned, I think he'll have a good run despite starting a little further towards the back of the field. And of course, the big news this weekend, Ty Gibbs will be making his first career Cup Series start in the 45 car from 2311 after Kurt Busch had crashed in his second session of qualifying yesterday. Backed into the wall hard in turn 3, kind of whiplashed towards the right front into the wall as well. He had concussion-like symptoms yesterday, experienced more concussion-like symptoms still from that crash earlier this morning, was ruled out by the infield care center earlier today. So Kurt Busch will have to sit, and Ty Gibbs will stay an extra day at Pocono. He ran good in the Xfinity race yesterday, finished second, but we'll see in his Cup Series debut. It's going to be highly anticipated to see how Ty Gibbs will do with this next-gen car. So those are the storylines this weekend coming into today's race as well. And we'll get through the starting lineup here in a matter of moments. And I'll try to get this live leaderboard going for you guys as well. NASCAR's website for the second week in a row is a little slow right now on the raw feed, and I'm hoping it is up by the start of the race. If not, it'll probably be like last week where it's going to be down for like half the race, and then I could pull back up again. So let me search Fox Sports' leaderboard for the time being so you guys have something before this race starts. They have just given the command. Oh, this is last year's race. Oh, no, never mind. That was Xfinity race. There it is. I don't know why it's showing the weather right there. Full leaderboard. There we go. Alrighty. So we'll take a look at today's starting lineup here in a matter of moments. I have to actually get my fantasy team in real quick if it hasn't locked already because I haven't done that yet. I've been busy today. I slept in a lot more than I usually do. No, it's already locked. Gosh darn it. I don't have any bonus points, so that screws me over. I was probably out of the regular season title anyway, but that pretty much puts the nail in the final coffin. Oh, jeez. I didn't get up till 11:30. I was at the SRX race last night. Didn't get home till like almost 1:30 in the morning. And got about 9 hours of sleep. And when I woke up today trying to get the notes for the pre-race, I didn't get my fantasy lineup in because I was kind of scrambling for time there. Over 100 people watch right now. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Santiago Kid, welcome into the stream. Rast Ton, welcome to the stream as well. Hey, you guys talk about the SRX Championship. Personally, I don't really care, only because it's 6 races and 8 drivers race full-time in the SRX series. Like, 6 races, the points is going to be tight regardless, so if something like that happens where there is a scoring error or something like that, it's going to be more noted and likely to, cause conflict, I guess. It's not a premier series of motorsport, it's not like an IndyCar or a NASCAR or Formula One or even ARCA for that matter, that it's still an established, competitive series. It's only the second season with this series. Like I said, 6 races, 8 drivers running for points. I don't think it's as big of a deal as people are making it out to be, because it seems to me like the Twitterverse has been very, very... or just comment sections and everything have been very vocal on their opinions with that. Let me get the chat back on my phone again. Eddie Gross, welcome to the stream as well. Trisha Times, Hendrick fans, M. David Dillinger Jr., welcome to the stream. Jeff Torgeson, welcome. Hopefully I haven't missed anybody else, and if I did, again, thanks for tuning in. We'll go through today's starting lineup as the field is doing their pace laps right now. As mentioned, Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch will be on the front row for today's race. Hamlin going for his 7th career win at Pocono. Kyle Busch looking for his 5th. Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson will be in row number 2. Larson came close to winning both races last year, 2nd, and then blew a tire on the final lap in race 1 of the doubleheader. Looking for redemption at the track today, trying to get his first win here. And Chase Elliott coming off a hot streak. 4 straight finishes of 2nd or better, 2 wins in that stretch, and won the SRX race last night. So keeping that hot streak alive there. He'll be starting inside of row 2 today. It'll be Chris Buescher and Ryan Blaney. The only 2 Fords in the top 10 will be in row number 3, looking for more speed than they had and loaded with in practice yesterday, but good starting positions at least to try and work on in today's race. Blaney is on the cutoff line right now. He is 15th on the playoff grid, looking for that first win of the year to lock himself in at a track he got his first career win at back in 2017. Bubba Wallace and Martin Truex Jr. will be in row 4. Wallace had a top 5 in one of the Pocono races last season. Good starting spot today, and Martin Truex Jr., a multi-time winner at the racetrack as well. Daniel Suarez and Ty Gibbs lined up in row 5. Gibbs will have to go to the rear of the field after not being able to qualify or practice that race car. Kurt Busch, again, out today due to concussion-like symptoms. And Daniel Suarez has had a second-place finish in his career back with GGR at this racetrack. He finished 14th and 15th in both races last season with Trackhouse. Trackhouse has been performing a lot better today, so maybe Suarez will at this track as well. Christopher Bell and Eric Almirola will be in row 6. Bell coming off his first win of the season last week, and Almirola likely in a must-win situation, over 100 points below the cutoff line coming into today's race. Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano will be in row number 7. Logano looking for his 3rd win of the year. Briscoe for his 2nd, just in case we have more than 16 different winners for Briscoe's sake. And row number 8, Austin Dillon, Tyler Reddick. Reddick has 1 win this year, also in the same predicament that Chase Briscoe is in. And Austin Dillon trying to get that 1st win of the season to even have a shot at the playoffs. Alex Bowman, William Byron, both Hendrick Motorsport cars in the back half of the front half of the field, if that makes any sense. And they will be starting in row number 9. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Austin Cindric will be in row 10. Cindric, the Daytona 500 winner, again in that same predicament that some of the other drivers outside the top 10 of the driver standings with a win are in. He needs more points today as well, just in case we get more than 16 winners. Stenhouse trying to get his 1st win of the year. He's been good on the intermediate tracks this season. We'll see how he does today. Ross Chastain and Noah Gragson will be back in row number 11. Chastain didn't have the speed that Suarez had yesterday in practice and qualifying, looking to pick it up for today's race. He is locked into the playoffs with not only 2 wins, but also in the top 10. Runs 2nd, trying to chase Chase Elliott for the regular season championship. Corey LaJoie and Kevin Harvick will be back in row number 12 for today's race. Harvick was very slow yesterday, 30th fastest in practice. He's one of the don't have picks today. Not good for the driver. 1st below the cutoff line on points. And Michael McDowell, Brad Keselowski will be back in row number 13. Row 14 will be Ty Dillon and Harrison Burton. Todd Gillen, Justin Haley back in row 15. Josh Bilicki, Cole Custer in 16th, 17. Row 16. Row 17 will be J.J. Yaley. Eric Jones mentioned, I think Jones will get a top 10 today despite not a great qualifying effort yesterday. He was very fast in practice. B.J. McLeod and Cody Ware will be rounding out the field in row 18. That will be your 36-car field for today's M&M's Fan Appreciation 400 at Pocono for the NASCAR Cup Series. Craig Ndungo, welcome to the stream. Kyle has to win today. Be a perfect race for him. Sponsors, literally the race sponsor. Yeah, we have seen that with recent years. It seems like the race sponsor and the car ends up winning. Kind of similar to when Kyle Busch won the Bushy McBush Race 400 last year on his birthday nonetheless. Maybe it's all aligning correctly, but yeah, he's my pick to win today's race. Lil Paco, welcome to the stream. Thoughts on Blaney's chances of winning today? I don't see it just because Ford has not been performing that well this weekend, in particular at Pocono. Blaney's had some good runs, though. If there is one driver out of the Ford camp to win, I think it would be Blaney, but it doesn't mean I think he's going to really win. I think, honestly, if he has a top 5, considering how the Fords have ran this weekend, that'd be a good finish for Blaney. But considering his point scenario right now, I don't know if you can take top 5. I think it's win or bust right now for that 12 team, because I do think we are going to get at least 16 different winners this season, and if he's not one of them, he'll end up missing the playoffs if he can't catch Chase Elliott in the point standing. So it'll be interesting to see how he runs, considering he's now more than 70 points behind Elliott. I think he's 78 back coming into today's race. Quite a ways, but if Elliott tries to pit early, thinking he's got the playoff points for winning the regular season championship all but locked up right now, and Blaney starts to close because of stage points and gets a good finish on top of it, then maybe we could have a race for the regular season championship again in the final 15 races like we had for a large portion of the season prior to a couple weeks ago. Caden TPS, welcome. Jane Lyons, welcome. The field will be going into turn 3 this time, and the lights are out of the pace car, so they will be going green this time by as well. I'll constantly be trying to refresh NASCAR's website to get the raw feed up for you guys so you can see at least the top 30 as well as all the other race statistics on the screen. But for the second straight week, there's an issue with it on NASCAR's website. So for the start of today's race, we will not have that on, but I'm sure it will be up during the race like it was last week. Hamlin elects the outside lane for the start of today's race. The green flag is in the air, and we are underway. Cup Series racing in the Pocono Mountains. Packed crowd on hands, cheering as the field is rolling down the Long Pond straightaway. Hamlin got a great push on the outside lane by Kyle Larson and will be clear going into turns 1 and 2 of his teammate Kyle Busch on the bottom. Busch gets a good head of steam though in the middle of the corner, powers all the way past Hamlin and clear for the lead. Hamlin nudges the wall off the exit of turn 1. He went really wide and that's how Busch got around him. Elliott will move up to second. Larson being pushed by Blaney will get by. Blaney to the inside of the 11 car as well. Hamlin with issues from the pole. Lap 1, turn 1 getting into the wall. Another car going wide in turn 2. Almost gets into the outside wall mid-pack. And I believe that might have been Brad Keselowski in the 6. Busch is going to have about a 5-car length lead over Chase Elliott. 3 wide further back when the pass goes Bowman underneath both Bell. And it looked like Daniel Suarez as well. Gaining a couple spots a little bit inside the top 10 off that initial start as well. Kyle Busch will lead lap 1 today around the tricky triangle with 2 Hendrick Chevrolets of Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson trying to run him down. Hamlin falls from the pole back to 5th on the first lap after getting into the wall off turn 1. He did seem to run a lot wider than a lot of the cars around him, almost like he was just a little bit above the traction compound, or maybe there wasn't as much grip as he thought there'd be with the resin in turn 1. And slipped up. I don't know if there was rain overnight that maybe might have washed some of the resin away or not. I know there was rain like in the Pennsylvania area last night. But a wild start to this race on lap 1. Gerald Stallings, welcome to the stream. I can't show the race. Copyright reasons. Christopher Bell losing a couple spots now. We mentioned that Daniel Suarez got around him earlier as well as Bowman. Bell's already fallen a little bit outside the top 10. Denny Hamlin trying to get back around Ryan Blaney for position as he challenges to the inside through turn 1 as they nearly touch off the exit of the corner. Hamlin all over the left rear corner panel of the 12th car. Maybe got him a bit arrow loose along the way. And Blaney will get out of the gas and let Hamlin go into turn 2. So Hamlin back up to the 4th place position. And it looks like the Fords of Blaney and Busch are maybe holding up cars behind them due to how tightly the pack is from really Blaney in 5th on back compared to what the top 4 are right now, all separated by 3 seconds. Top 4 separated by 3 seconds, but Blaney in 5th all the way back to Bubba Wallace in 9th are only separated by about a half a second. Comment in the chat down below as we're just a couple laps into the race today who you think is going to win today's M&M's Fan Appreciation 400. I got money on Kyle Busch. Plus 525, I believe, was his odds that I had on him. I had 20 on him, and then I also had 20 on McDowell for finishing better in Group 6, which I think he was with Justin Haley, Harrison Burton, and Todd Gilliland, I think. I was like, oh yeah, at a track where there's going to be a lot of shifting, I would trust McDowell to finish better than those guys, easily. Only 30 laps in Stage 1. This is the least amount of laps of any other stage in the field, or in the race today. Kyle Busch has stretched his lead out to about 2.3 seconds over Chase Elliott. And that clean air advantage for Busch is really working out in the early going after nabbing the lead on the inside lane off the start. Blaney's starting to put a little bit of a gap on Chris Busch, or maybe about a car length or so more than what he was through turn 2 in the last lap. And I almost wonder if Buescher is starting to hold up the cars behind him rather than the 12 of Blaney holding everybody up. Currently, your top 10 on lap 5 of 30 in Stage 1 would be Kyle Busch in the lead by 2.5 seconds over Chase Elliott in second place. Kyle Larson is in third. Denny Hamlin in fourth. Ryan Blaney is the top 5. Chris Buescher in 6th. Daniel Suarez in 7th. Martin Truex Jr. 8th. Bubba Wallace 9th. And Alex Bowman rounds out the top 10. Bowman already up 7 spots from the start of the race. After missing it in practice and qualifying yesterday, maybe he's got a similar setup to Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson for the race today. Bowman won one of the 2 Pocono doubleheader races last season in 2021. Yeah, Kurt Busch definitely had a pretty hard impact yesterday. Just laid into the concussion and why he's out. I think that's something to talk about, too, with the next-gen car that drivers have been talking about. Oh, stiff impacts. We got a spinner off turn 3. Austin Cindric into the inside wall. Driver's side door first. Looked like he had the car about saved, and he had a flat. Both of the right side tires were at least flat, so maybe unable to keep the car under complete control mid-slide. Cindric nudges the inside wall with the left rear corner panel. Kind of slapped the left front as well. Cindric is slowing on the front stretch, and he's going to have to get some help trying to get back to pit road. Caution's out for the first time today at lap 7. Cindric loses it off the exit of turn 3, which is where we saw most of the spins in practice and qualifying for the Cup Series yesterday, as well as also in the Xfinity Series race yesterday afternoon as well. Eric Jones wasn't completely close to him, so I don't think the air got taken off the rear spoiler of the race car. I think Cindric just flat out lost it. Mentioned the Fords have not been that great. I'm sure the handling has been a large reason for that this weekend, and Cindric losing control early in a Ford while running just outside the top 10. Everybody missed him to the outside as Cindric ended up going towards the inside wall off the exit of the corner. So again, caution is out for the first time today. Mike Morgan, welcome to the stream. Tactical Millennial, welcome to the stream. I don't know what he's talking about, the half-full grandstands. That place is packed today, but thanks for tuning in, though. Bowman and Kyle B need more momentum heading towards the playoffs. Kyle should be careful. Elliott's been on fire since NBC started. And his mustache. Is it the mustache or is it NBC? Comment in the chat. I might put a poll. It's kind of a joking poll. I think I'm going to put a poll on it. Let's get out a poll. What has led to Elliott's success? NBC coverage or mustache? Oh, jeez. Approaching target, welcome to the stream. Chase fan number 9, welcome. Sam Monning, welcome to the stream as well. Alright, polls in the chat right now. I think a lot of you guys, I can feel the mustache is probably going to be the popular answer there, but you can vote in the chat. I'll close it a few laps after the next restart. If I remember to close it, maybe I won't. That's me. And there's the leaderboard. And now I got to mute myself because I can hear myself in my own ear. There you go. Let me refresh the NASCAR website to see if I can get that live leaderboard back going on the raw feed again. If you're just tuning in, there's issues just like last week with NASCAR's raw feed on their website. Took about half the race last week for it to become available today, so I'm thinking it's probably going to be the same thing. But bear with me there. We're under caution for the first time today at lap 7 for Austin Cindric, spinning off the exit of turn 3. Got into the inside wall and has at least 3 tires down on the rim. He's getting help to pit road. He's going to lose probably a lap or two under the yellow flag. Again, all the spins yesterday in practice and qualifying were in turn 3. Chastain and Byron went for a spin. Of course, Kurt Busch had that bad crash in qualifying, which took him out of today's action with a concussion, also in turn 3 yesterday. That is going to be the treacherous corner of today's race. Very high speed. It's the flattest of the 3 corners on the racetrack. All the corners are high-speed corners. And this track is primarily flat, but that is the flattest. And probably the tightest corner off exit than any other as well. I don't think there's too much damage on the 2 car, so he shouldn't be relatively slower. Pull some of the fenders out from the flat tire as well. It doesn't look like there's too much damage on Cindric's race car. These are long laps, especially under caution at Pocono, with this being a 2.5-mile racetrack, so maybe he won't lose as many laps. Let's see what Fox's leaderboard has for us right now. It's showing Cindric 3 laps down, so I guess he has lost a couple laps. I think he's 2 down. I don't think he's 3 down. I think this is a little off. Unless he came back down onto pit road, because they're under commercial break right now. But they will be going back green when they come back from the commercial break this time by as well. King Cheesy 615. Matt Ranieri, welcome to the stream. Martel Antoine, Nathan Richardson. Matt Hunter, welcome. Briscoe versus Cindric showdown next week. Home track for Cindric playoff security would be epic. Yeah, it would. A couple young guns at that as well. Both looking for their second win. Oh, jeez, I just dropped my phone. Good thing I don't have like hardwood floor or anything. It's carpet. Everything's all right. I need to... Sorry, I haven't even realized that until just now. My camera's been covering some of the leaderboard for you guys. Let me move that out of the way. There we go. Yeah, everybody hit that like button. See if we can get up to... Let's see if we can get up to 250 likes today. That'll be the goal. 250 likes. We were just shy of making it 4 streams in a row with at least 600 viewers, or 5 streams in a row for the live commentary, live streams for the Cup Series with at least 600 viewers. We were just 4 shy last week. We had 596 at one point in time. So just shy of breaking that record, but it's at least 5 races in a row with 500 viewers or more. So greatly appreciate you guys tuning in on a weekly basis with these live race commentary live streams for the NASCAR Cup Series. Listening to my commentary, whether you do watch the race still on the weekend or are unavailable to. The race is on the USA Network today, for those of you wondering as well. Why is Ty Gibbs in the back now? Maybe he had a pit road penalty. I haven't heard yet. I mean, Gibbs started at the back because he didn't qualify or practice the car, so maybe if that's why you're wondering. There was no pit stops there, so I think it's just because there was no he didn't practice or qualify because Kurt Busch practiced and qualified the race car, and Gibbs was hopping in for the race today. He had to start at the rear. Plus, they're in a backup car also, so he would have had to start at the back anyway, with Kurt Busch wrecking yesterday. Despite qualifying top 10 and that wreck happening in session 2. Well, thanks for tuning in, Matt. New to the channel, definitely hit that subscribe button. We do these races on a primarily weekly based schedule. Now, I won't be doing live commentary for the Cup race next weekend at Indy. I'll be at my grandparents' house again. I try to select out at least a couple races throughout the course of the year where I still watch the race with them. So put my family first next week. And then also the following week, little news I'll give to you guys here in a couple seconds. But anyway, and then the following week at Michigan, I'll be doing a race highlight video from the grandstands because I will be going to the Michigan Cup race in 2 weeks. So the next live race commentary for a Cup Series race on the channel will be Richmond, which will be on the USA Network August 14th, I believe. That's Sunday afternoon. I'll try to get an Xfinity Series commentary for you guys over the next couple weeks if it's possible, but I think they race earlier in the day, and I have to work Saturdays usually. So I'll do what I can. Tim Irvin, welcome to the stream. It is a Keek dog. And it's exactly who you think it is. Probably be going green this time by. There's a toe link issue right now with the 2 of Austin Cindric, so he is back on pit road during the commercial break, which is why I was wondering why he was 3 laps down still. Lights are out on the pace car. They're heading to the choose cone right now, so they'll be going green. This time by, they must have waved it off from the restart before. So it'll be lap 13 of 30 in stage 1 when they go green this time by. But a toe link issue in the rear of the race car with Cindric. Remember, he hit the inside wall pretty flat with the left rear of his race car, and that probably knocked the toe link out of place. They are changing that right now, and I think they will be able to get it changed. We saw Joey Logano, a Penske car, be able to get that changed back at Atlanta earlier this season. The difference is that with this being Pocono, it's going to be much harder to get those laps back because of cautions versus Atlanta, because super speedways tend to bring out more yellows. I guess you never know. There could still be a lot of yellows today, but Cindric is currently 4 laps down as they try to work on that 2 car during the yellow flag conditions. JC Carter 999, welcome to the stream. Going to the Cup race in Michigan also. Awesome, man. You're like the 3rd person on the channel that I know that's going to that race. That's my home track, so that's why I'll be there. I'm only going to be there on Sunday, though, for the Cup race. Watching from Austin Dillon's dash cam on YouTube where the incident just took place. Yeah, I was right in front of him. Yeah, he just got loose. Kept it off the outside wall, but then spun down towards the inside wall, and that's knocked the rear toe link out of place right now. On the 2. All the other 35 cars still in the lead lap with this long racetrack. And we'll have just over half of stage 1 remaining when they go green this time by. Kyle Busch elected the outside lane. Chase Elliott will be inside of row 1. Row 2 is going to have Kyle Larson on the outside behind Kyle Busch. Denny Hamlin on the inside. Green flag back in the air at Pocono. Larson giving a good push to the 18 car right now. Chase Elliott is almost alongside the 5. Big blocks going on in the middle to the back of the pack right now as they're fanning out the 3 wide heading down towards turn 1. No surprise. We see that a lot now. Kyle Busch is wide and they're 3 wide for the lead off the exit of turn 1. Hamlin to the inside of both the Hendrick Chevys and Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. Busch had to keep it off the wall, similar to what happened to Denny Hamlin on the very start of the race today. And they're still 3 wide as they head towards turn 2. Will they make it? Blaney and Suarez right in line behind the 11, the 9, and the 5. Larson's clear on the outside, cuts down to the bottom, and he is clear for the lead off of turn 2, while Denny Hamlin and Chase Elliott still battle side by side for second place. Into turn 3 now, Denny Hamlin on the inside, Chase Elliott on the outside, and off the exit of the corner, Hamlin will slide up, and he will not quite be clear of the 9 of Elliott. Elliott sticks his nose in there. Hamlin goes all the way down the track to keep from side drafting the 9 of Elliott. That might have costed him the spot. He now trying to stay on the left rear corner panel. Can't do so. Blaney's got a big run. Challenge to the inside. Thought better if it goes back towards the outside lane now. Trying to get maybe a little bit better corner exit speed off turn 1 with Hamlin down on the bottom. Still challenging Elliott for second place. Kyle Larson has just led his first lap of the day. Showing a replay of what happened to Kyle Busch, and it was exactly similar to Denny Hamlin. He just overdrove the corner on entry. Got a little bit wide in the middle of the corner. Only Busch lifted and kept it off the wall versus when Hamlin hit the wall earlier today. Obviously, hitting the wall has not really affected the speed in the 11 car as he is still inside the top 3 right now. Bubba Wallace able to gain about 3 positions on the restart up to 6th and is challenging Daniel Suarez for the 5th place position. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has already cracked the top 10 after qualifying 19th in just the first 14 laps of today's race. Chris Buescher back a couple spots after starting 5th, back to 9th now. The only 2 Fords inside the top 10 still are the 2 that qualified there of Ryan Blaney in 4th and Chris Buescher in 9th. Top 5 as we run right now in stage 1 would have Kyle Larson in the lead by 0.4 of a second over Chase Elliott in second place. Denny Hamlin in third, 0.8 of a second off the lead. 4th place as of right now is Ryan Blaney, 1.1 seconds off the lead. And Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 5. He is 1.5 seconds off the race lead. Ross Chastain is also starting to charge towards the field after qualifying towards the back. He qualified outside the top 20. Daniel Suarez picking up spots earlier after qualifying inside the top 10, and I think Chastain just kind of missed the ball in qualifying yesterday. Probably has a similar setup to Suarez for the race, and he is gaining positions. There is some speed underneath the one's hood, and he is just outside the top 10. I guess, again, challenging for 10th right now, right in line behind Stenhouse. Mostly single file through the field right now, but pretty tightly bunched together at that, as there's still passes from time to time going on mid-pack through the field. And in fact, there's a pass for position inside the top 10 that last time through turn 1 as Kyle Busch will get around Bubba Wallace for the 6th place position after Kyle Busch fell from the lead back to 7th after that first lap, first turn of the restart. Have predictions lined up back in February so far that you've gotten right. Elliott at Nashville and Bell last week. The only one I've gotten right for my preseason predictions was second race of the year when Larson won at Fontana. I haven't had another one of those. On a week-to-week basis, I've only had 2 correct this year. At least for the Cup Series. I've had a couple right for the Truck and the Xfinity Series, but the Cup is where it really matters with those predictions. Eric Jones from the 34th starting spot already up to 14th as well. He is probably the biggest mover of any so far in the race today. One of the sleeper picks coming into today's race. The spotlight drivers as of right now coming into the day, both of these sleeper drivers are underdog picks of Tyler Reddick and Eric Jones right now. Jones, as mentioned, is up to 14th after 15th now, as Truex has just passed him. But 15th after qualifying 34th. Tyler Reddick just outside the top 10 and 11th right now. Both progressing forward and may have a shot at a top 10 finish like I predicted. The two must-haves, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, at least still in the top 10 right now. Both have struggled on the start and restart of this race so far. That is why they have dropped back outside of qualifying on the front row. But Hamlin's in 3rd, Kyle Busch in 6th. Still a good start to the day for them. Trying to put themselves in position for a good finish, not only at the end of stage 1, but also at the end of the race at its entirety. And the two don't have picks of Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick are nowhere near the front. Logano, who qualified 14th, has fallen back to 26th. And Kevin Harvick, who started 24th, has stagnated in the 22nd place position so far. And again, Kyle Larson is the race leader over Chase Elliott. Elliott a little bit faster than Larson the last couple laps as he has closed the gap by a couple tenths of a second, but they are pulling away from Hamlin on back, where Denny is still about a second and a half off the lead. Ryan Blaney back and forth, almost 3 seconds back now. Larson a bit quicker than Elliott that time at the line by a little less than a tenth of a second, but still a little bit quicker. It does seem like Elliott's getting a little bit more straightaway speed as he's close enough to draft behind Kyle Larson. That might be helping him just a tad. But in the corner, having to change his line, trying to get some clean air. Elliott a little bit lower in turn 1 that time, a little bit below the traction compound / resin. Larson had all 4 tires in it. It seemed like Elliott had only his right side tires in it that time, and the left sides were down below it just a tad. They'll have 11 laps to go with stage 1 this time by. They do not have to pit at all in stage 1 today, but it'll be interesting to see exactly who will or won't pit throughout the course of today's race at the end of stage 1 and stage 2 primarily. Full screen commercial break right now for NBC, so we'll go through the full field running order. Again, Kyle Larson with a 6/10 of a second lead over Chase Elliott in 2nd place. Denny Hamlin is in 3rd, Ryan Blaney 4th, and Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 5. 6th place is Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace in 7th, Christopher Bell 8th, Chris Buescher back to 9th, and Ross Chastain has made his way into the top 10, gaining over 10 spots from the start of the race, rounding out the top 10 in the 10th place position. Tyler Reddick is in 11th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is in 12th, Alex Bowman in 13th, 14th is Martin Truex Jr., Eric Jones up to 15th. Corey LaJoie is up to 16th, William Byron still stagnated back at 17th, Austin Dillon in 18th, 19th is Michael McDowell, and Harrison Burton is 20th. Kevin Harvick 21st, Ty Dillon 22nd, Chase Briscoe is back to 23rd, Noah Gragson in 24th, and Joey Logano's fallen all the way back to 25th. Justin Haley in 26th. Eric Almirola still staying back at 27th. Todd Gilliland in 28th. Brad Keselowski 29th. Josh Bilicki is 30th. Cole Custer 31st. Ty Gibbs is still 32nd. Cody Ware 33rd. J.J. Yaley 34th. B.J. McLeod 35th. And Austin Cindric is 6 laps down after having that rear toe link issue, bringing out the only caution of the day back at lap 7, where he spun off turn 3 and hit the inside wall on the front stretch, that pit wall with the left rear corner panel, just enough on the left rear tire to have that issue that he has had. But the crew has gotten it fixed. He's back on the track, but again, 6 laps down, the only car that is not on the lead lap currently. J.O., welcome to the stream. Try to get NASCAR.com feedback up again. Yeah, I'm constantly trying, guys. I don't know what's going on. This is the second week. This is I think the 4th time this season we've had an issue with it at the start of the race, and this is the 2nd time in back-to-back weeks we've had an issue with it. This is the only time it's happened without a rain delay at the start of the race, so. The other 3 times I had issues with it, there were rain delays at the start of the race, but today that has not been the case. The raw feed's still not up yet, so I'll wait on that. Probably at the end of stage 1, I'll try to bring it back up again. Three weeks in a row, got you on PC in-car. Oh, in-car on your phone, gotcha. Smoking some ribs on the deck, there you go. Nothing like grilling in NASCAR. Well, I guess you said you're smoking it, so I guess technically you're not grilling it currently. Nothing like food in NASCAR. So Austin Dillon just made a pit stop moments ago during the caution break. Has dropped him now last of the cars on the lead lap. Not sure if it's a scheduled stop or not. Maybe just a stop to make some adjustments as he has been struggling with his car so far at the start of today's race. It's going to be very interesting. Remember, pit road closes with 2 laps to go in the stage. And they'll be coming to 7 laps to go in the stage this time by. Larson's still a half a second ahead of Elliott. Elliott closed about 0.2 of a second during the break. Now it's down to 0.4 of a second into turn 1 as he got a huge draft down the longest straightaway in NASCAR, that Long Pond straightaway. At least longest straightaway of any of the ovals in the NASCAR Cup Series. And also during the commercial break, Kyle Busch was able to get back inside the top 5 as he got around Kyle Larson. Running a little bit a higher line than Ryan Blaney through turn 1 as he's closing in on Blaney for 4th place as well. Hamlin still less than 2 seconds off the lead, but not quite able to keep the pace up with the 5 of Larson and the 9 of Elliott. That's why it was so crucial when Hamlin took it 3 wide off the exit of turn 1 for the lead earlier, trying to get that track position. Blaney a little wider than Kyle Busch through turns 3 and 4. Busch down on the inside of him, and off the exit of the corner, Kyle Busch will slide in line behind the 12. He'll try to pick up a little bit more draft, and we'll see if he can have a run going into turn 1 at him. Couldn't get back to the gas as quickly with running the bottom lane, and actually it's Suarez who has the run on Busch rather than Busch with the run on Blaney, but Suarez will stay in line behind Kyle Busch, doesn't pull out to make the move. About a half a lane lower is Busch than Blaney, and another half a lane lower is Suarez than Kyle Busch that time through turn 1 as they all stay within a couple car lengths of each other in that 3-car battle for 4th place. All battling for some stage points as of right now. Suarez, because he is below the top 16 in the driver standings currently, despite having to win this season, will be one of the last drivers in on points as of right now if we get more than 16 winners. And Blaney fighting for the points because, well, he is the only driver of 2 without a win that is still above the cutoff line. Cindric is still very, very slow despite being back on the racetrack right now as the leaders are just rolling very quickly around him. So they have not gotten that 2-car completely fixed, and his day is likely over. So 2 of the Penske Fords outside the top 20, but Ryan Blaney still hanging on to the top 5. Kyle Busch pressures to the inside of Blaney, and they're side by side for 4th place off the exit of turn 1. Suarez goes to make a move. Looks low. Busch blocks it. Suarez up the middle. 3 wide. And they both clear Ryan Blaney heading into turn 2. Gutsy move by Daniel Suarez. And Kyle Busch is going to clear them both to move up to 4th. And now Blaney trying to get back around Suarez for position as Suarez blocks in the short chute between turns 2 and 3. And down to the bottom of the racetrack goes Blaney trying to get back to the inside of the 99. Not going to happen. He'll lose a little bit of ground to the 18 of the 99 through turn 3 that time. 4 laps to go in stage 1 as they battle back there. Larson has pulled about another 1/10 of a second roughly ahead of Elliott over the last 3 laps combined. Just enough of a comfortable lead that he doesn't have to worry about Elliott making a late move. But a good battle going on for 4th still between Daniel Suarez and Kyle Busch. And I almost wonder if Daniel Suarez was getting held up by Blaney, which allowed Kyle Busch to catch up past him. And then obviously Suarez is still battling the 5 car within about 2 to 3 car lengths behind him as of right now. Heading towards the tunnel turn with 3.5 laps to go in the stage. Three laps to go in the stage this time. We'll see if anybody will pit further back in the field. Bubba Wallace will be the first of the cars in the running order to pit road. A lot follow behind him. Wallace was in 7th. Bell comes in as well. And here are some pit stops for you guys to listen to.
Lap, Parker. And leading those in was Bubba Wallace from the 7th position, talking to his team, Moody and crew chief Brady Barker. He said, "We will be aggressive to get track position for the 23 car if we have the speed. It'll be 4 tires and fuel."
Spinner off turn 3. That will bring out a caution. One car is down with some damage to the right front. It is the 10 of Eric Almirola. And the cars that are on pit road right now are definitely going to be the leaders by the time. So even if they were too far back or were maybe in danger of going a lap down before the end of the stage, they are helped out big time with a caution. This is going to end stage number 1. Almirola has spun off the exit of turn 3, bringing out the yellow. The right front and the right rear both down to the rim. Some smoke pouring out of the back of the car as well. Both the left side tires are up, so he is trying to drive his car back into pit road and back to his pit box, which he's towards the front end of pit road, so he is going to be able to pit backwards and pull in. Tough time trying to get the jack underneath the right side of the car with both of the right side tires down, but they have finally been able to do so. And they're trying to keep Almirola on the lead lap as much as possible. Similar spin to Austin Cindric right off the exit of turn 3. Kept it off the outside wall, flat spotted the tires as he went down towards the bottom of the track. But unlike Cindric, I believe he was able to keep the car off the inside wall. So definitely no damage on the 10 car versus what happened earlier to the 2. So caution is out for the second time for incident today. 2 different spins from 2 different Fords on 2 different teams off the exit of turn 3. Kyle Larson will go on to win stage 1 with this caution coming out. Chase Elliott is going to end up finishing in 2nd. Denny Hamlin will be 3rd. Kyle Busch will be 4th, and Daniel Suarez will round out the top 5 in this stage. Ryan Blaney will finish 6th, Eric Jones 7th, William Byron 8th, Martin Truex Jr. 9th, and Kevin Harvick will all get stage points in the first stage when they get back to the green, white, checker flag. Not this time by, but the following time by. Looking right now, two stage wins on the year for Larson so far, so this will be the 3rd stage win of the year for Kyle Larson. Starting off kind of where he picked up on at Pocono last season, where he primarily dominated both races but was unable to win either one. Racing Likes Logano 22, welcome to the stream. Stage 1 done. Yep, it will end the stage with this caution. It came out with 2 laps to go. They're on the final lap of the stage right now. There are a lot of cars that hit pit road prior to that caution coming out that will be in the lead when stage 2 starts, based off of where they were at on pit road when the caution flag waved, which I'm sure we're still waiting for scoring. It looks as if Christopher Bell will be the leader. So Christopher Bell, Ross Chastain, Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher, and Austin Dillon will likely be the top 5 when we go green to start stage 2. But again, the top 10, as I just mentioned, the top 10 you see on your screen right now, that will be the drivers who will get stage points throughout this first stage through the first 30 laps. Thanks for everybody tuning in here. Just under 200 viewers currently watching as of right now. Already up to 77 likes as of the last time I refreshed it. So make sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, live race commentary on the race weekends, as well as the video game live realistic commentary races during the week as well, all in the hopes of hopefully getting in the commentating booth for real NASCAR races down the road. We'll have 130 laps to go in this race. The green, white, checkered flag is in the air as they're at the start-finish line right now. And Kyle Larson has, again, won his 3rd stage of the season in winning stage 1 today at Pocono. But all those drivers that stayed out of the pits to get these stage points, and I'm almost wondering if Larson or Elliott might have pitted as well as some of the other drivers in the top 5, but they were waiting just an extra lap to pit. And this has thrown them off their strategy a little bit now with that caution coming out right before pit road closed. Kelly Joe, welcome to the stream. New subscriber, thank you. Appreciate it. Closing in on 3,000 subscribers on the channel as well. Road to that, as well as becoming a NASCAR commentator for future races down the road. You guys will get to listen in on the pit stops that'll be going on for the drivers inside the top 10 when they come back from the commercial break. Pit road will be open. And then I'll end up having to take a quick bathroom break after that happens, so I'll step away for probably about a minute or so. But I'll wait until after pit stops happen so that way you guys can listen into that. Travis Tyner, welcome to the stream. How's it going, everyone? It is going great for me. Join some NASCAR on a Sunday afternoon. Can't get any better than that. Try getting a NASCAR site? I have. I just did as soon as it went to the stage end. Right when that caution came out, I checked. Trust me, I'm checking very periodically. Or regularly, I should say would be the right word. Very regularly I'm checking. It's still down. I can't remember if it was like towards the end of stage 2 last week where it came up, or if it was at the very end of the stage. It was right around halfway. I know for a fact that the raw feed ended up coming up. Stage 1 is done, yes. That's the point standings. And here are the pit stops.
Finishing positions, getting stage points for stage 1. You see 2 names on there that need them. Ryan Blaney, as well as Martin Truex Jr. Kim.
And Kyle Larson winning that stage, saying, I don't have enough grip. I have to wait on the front end to turn, meaning it's tight. Crew Chief Cliff Daniels said, we're going to leave it this front since we're in clean air. If it's doing that in traffic, we'll change it later. Marty?
Kim, let's see if that loss of pit stall selection hurts Denny Hamlin here. He said they're going free in the entry of turn 1, tight everywhere else. Meanwhile, Chase Elliott saying too tight in the tunnel, lacks grip in 1 and 3. And Kyle Busch just lost grip once he lost all that track position back in traffic. But Rick...
Denny Hamlin wins the race off pit road with a 4-tire... actually, shows Kyle Larson won the race off pit road with a 4-tire stop. Pretty close between Larson and Hamlin. I guess Larson did beat him. That was... When I saw it as it happened, it looked like Hamlin beat him, but I guess after the replay, Kyle Larson by a hair beats Denny Hamlin off pit road But remember, it'll be Ross Chastain and Christopher Bell who will be on the front row for this restart coming up. It'll be interesting if Bell takes the outside. His two Toyota teammates of Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin have had issues taking the outside lane on restarts/starts earlier on in the race today. I'm going to close the poll that we have had 84 votes on in the chat already on what has led to Elliott's success this season, the mustache or NBC coverage. And it has been the mustache, 57% to 43%. It was just a joking poll I had because somebody brought it up in the chat, so I figured I'd put a poll out on it as well. Melinda Leverett, welcome to the stream. Earl Arnold Jr., welcome as well. Take a quick break here so I can go to the bathroom and be back for the start of Stage 2. I'm back. Hopefully too many of you guys didn't step away. Sorry for that. I had to go to the bathroom. Man's got to do what man's got to do. I didn't miss any of the action. No way McLeod's fourth. I think he stayed out. Harrison Burton is going to be the leader on the restart. So I guess Harrison Burton and Joey Logano were also on. No, I don't think Burton or Logano pit. I think they're on a completely different strategy right now than anybody else in the field. I don't think they pitted at all during Stage 1 or at the end of Stage 1, so I think they're going to be on old tires still. And then everybody from Christopher Bell, Ross Chastain, Bubba Wallace on back. Yeah, McLeod, I was going to say that was not over yet with updating. McLeod's not fourth. But Harrison Burton and Joey Logano will be on the front row for the restart, but they have not pitted yet. Hope you like Asian food and bringing you with me to work. Yeah, not bad. I'm a big fan of sushi, though. I'm a big seafood fan. Something about sushi, though. I've had it a couple times. It just doesn't sit with me well. Earnhardt mustache. That is not an Earnhardt mustache. It's a little too low, I feel. Mustaches are in right now, but I don't really. I'm more for the full beard. I don't think I would look good with just the mustache. I don't have the defined jawline. I feel like I have a very punchable face when I don't have a beard. I need hair on my chin. I was gonna say I have a very Kyle Busch-like face. It's not as like chubby though. Site's working for you? I know a couple of people last week were saying it was working for him, but it wasn't working for me for the longest time. Check again. They will be going green this time. Lights are out on the pace car. No, it's not available. For me, at least. Pace car will be heading towards pit road, and on the restart, it'll be Harrison Burton elected the outside lane this time. Seen troubles with the outside lane for the leader going into turn 1 a couple times today. We'll see how this will work. Green flag back in the air. No push needed for Harrison Burton to get the launch ahead of the 22 of Joey Logano, and the car's on fresh tires. Fanning back. Stenhouse puts a block on Kyle Busch. They'll be 4 wide into turn 1 down on the bottom of the racetrack. Busch still got to the inside of Stenhouse despite Stenhouse nearly making contact with the 18 car. One car almost got into the wall off the exit of turn 3. Saw some dust flying up there. I don't know who that was. It might have been Austin Dillon in the 3. Larson making a move further back in the pack yet as well on fresh tires, trying to get around some other drivers. And Christopher Bell to the inside of Harrison Burton for the lead, but they're still side by side off the exit of turn 2. Bubba Wallace of the 23 car right in line behind both Bell and Burton as they work their way into turn 3. Burton on the outside, Bell on the inside. Bell will be clear off the exit of the corner, and Christopher Bell will lead for the first time since winning last week at New Hampshire. Good run off turn 3 for Bubba Wallace as he has cleared Harrison Burton as well now down the Long Pond straightaway and drafts behind the 20 of Bell. Snake accordion effect going on right there between the two drivers as Bell's trying to break the draft on the inside. Wallace still getting a good run though into turn 1 behind him. Ross Chastain to the inside of Joey Logano in the 22 car. Again, Logano and Burton have the oldest tires in the field. We have a crash in turn 1. Caution's out again. Josh Bilicki has wrecked hard into the outside wall, as he has backed it into the outside wall pretty good, and has slapped the driver's side door as well. Window net is down on Bilicki, and it seems that he is okay. Said that he had a tire down going into the corner. Strange that they just pitted. He claims that there was a tire down. It's tough to tell if maybe the right rear was down. I don't know that it was or wasn't. Curse Studios, welcome to the stream. Where's Chase late to the party? He's outside the top 10 right now, but that's because of varying pit strategies at the end of stage 1. He's back at 16th, but he was second at the end of the first stage. That was a good hit into the wall, too. Good meaning hard hit. Almost driver's side door first, more like, at that left rear corner panel. Kind of similar to Jeff Gordon's crash back in 2006 at this track. Maybe not as violent as Gordon's, but it was a pretty hard hit in a similar fashion. Bilicki is out of the car. And will be taking the trip to the infield care center as his car will be towed back to the garage. So again, Christopher Bell, Bubba Wallace got to first and second on that restart around the Fords of Harrison Burton, Joey Logano. Burton and Logano on the... They're, I think, the only two cars in the field that have not pitted at all yet. This caution kind of helps their strategy, even though they lost a couple spots on the restart, because now they could go even longer, saving more fuel under the caution. So they may be trying to stretch this race to maybe make it on 3 stops, is my guess, with Burton and Logano's strategy. Neither car was fast today. They were both outside the top 20, and Logano at one point was outside the top 25 in stage 1. He was too far back to pit at the end of the stage before the stage actually came to an end. So that's probably the reasoning for this strategy call. I give him an A for effort, though, and you never know. Who knows if the cautions work the right way? It may work. Must be 21 or older to race in the NASCAR Cup Series. Where's Gibbs? He's not running too well right now. He is 30th. But he did not get to practice or qualify, so I'm giving him a pass today. These next-gen cars have been obviously harder to drive than the Gen 6 car. I think that's pretty well documented. And the fact that I don't even know if he's ever even tested in one of these cars before. He is literally in it for the first time and having to race at one of the trickiest tracks in NASCAR. They don't call it the Tricky Triangle for no reason. Anthony Jones, welcome to the stream. He wasn't serious with that comment. He was kind of joking when he said 21. Thought it was 18. No, Gibbs is 19. He was 18 last year. He might be 20 before the end of the season. I'm not entirely sure when his birthday is. I'd imagine nobody's going to pit during this caution. Maybe Logano and Burton, but I doubt it. They were only on the second lap following the restart, and the restarts have definitely been crazy today, as they usually are at Pocono, with how wide the straightaways are at this racetrack and how long they are at that. They were fanned out 4 wide in the top 10 going into turn 1. Kyle Busch passed a bunch of cars, is already up to 4th. I'm sure he'll get by Harrison Burton pretty quickly on the restart as well. Chris Murray, welcome to the stream. Chase going to win. That's his prediction. Frank Powers, welcome. Or at least he's pulling for Chase Elliott to win. Josh Brown, welcome to the stream as well. I can't show the actual race footage for copyright reasons. I don't understand what they're doing with. Oh, I didn't realize Corey LaJoie had a SummerSlam paint scheme. That I didn't. Okay, I'm starting to draw the conclusions together now. Bubba Wallace is in second currently. Again, I will try to get the live raw feed up for you guys where it's a more... oh, there it is. Okay, the raw feed is working now. I'll close out of the Fox leaderboard. So there we go. At the end of stage 1, our usual leaderboard is back up and running again, where you guys will get to see all the race stats, time, laps, and more of the leaderboard at one point in time. And I'm sure we all like this leaderboard a lot better than the other one, including myself. Again, Kyle Larson won stage 1 for those of you just tuning in as well. Juvenal Machado, welcome to the stream. Hopefully I said your name correctly. Yep, raw feed is back. In time for the next restart. Haven't gotten the one to go signal yet. 65 laps is the distance at stage 2. The final stage will be... do my math correctly, I believe the final stage will also be 65 laps. So 30, 65, and 65 will be the stage lengths today. Denny Hamlin radioing into his crew chief and the rest of his team that was asking if all the lug nuts were tight on the race car because he's feeling like a wobble. Sky, welcome to the stream. I mean, I wouldn't say he was... I think he's already got more top 10s than Danica had in her whole career. I'd still argue that SHR is a better organization, especially at the time that Danica raced there versus definitely what Petty has been, and as well as even 2311, I'd argue, has been even this year and last year. They will be going green this time by. They'll be on lap 11 of 65 at stage 2. We'll be a quarter of the way home in today's race. 40 of the 160 laps total will be completed as they get the green flag. Randy Gorham, welcome to the stream. KB needs this win. That's what he says. Kyle Busch is my prediction to win today's race. I think he can definitely pull it off. He won the last time we were at Pocono for that second Pocono doubleheader race last season. It was on fuel mileage. We'll see if there will be a fuel mileage race of any sort today as well. Christopher Bell will be the leader on the restart. He'll elect the outside lane as all the leaders have so far. Bubba Wallace will be on the inside. Green flag going to be back in the air. The car in line behind Wallace has fresher tires. Big fanning out going on the front straightaway right now. Bowman blocking Stenhouse. Stenhouse blocking Hamlin. Nearly contact between Stenhouse and Hamlin. Elliott going up the gut 4 wide towards turn 1. And he passed about 3 or 4 cars in the process of the start-finish line all the way to entry of turn 1 with the stack-ups going on. They're still 3 wide further back right around Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney as they split Austin Dillon and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Much better runs off the exit of the corner than those other 2 cars. Kyle Busch is going to be able to get around and clear. Ross Chastain, another spinner off turn 2, back in the pack. Denny Hamlin has spun. And this is going to bring out a caution. So Denny Hamlin has spun in turn 2. He was pretty flat on entry into the corner because he pulled way out of line in the short chute between turns 1 and 2. It looked like he was just a little bit lower than everybody else. Hamlin had the left side tires down below the yellow line, which indicates where the apron is at on the racetrack, and that caused him to lose control. Apron is really, really flat in comparison to the slight banking that there is in the tunnel turn. And the car probably bottomed out, and that caused him to lose control. Nobody else was collected. It was just a single car spin, and Hamlin able to keep all 4 tires afloat. I don't believe he flat spotted any of them. He gets back to pit road. He'll stay on the lead lap. No contact either. And I'm sure that wobbling issue Denny Hamlin had will probably not get any better with this spin. TV Tail, welcome to the stream. Think Denny intentionally... Why would he intentionally wreck himself? That doesn't make any sense. Mike No Dying, welcome to the stream. $200 viewers currently watching right now. We are under caution once again today for the 4th time already in the first 42 laps of the M&M's Fan Appreciation 400 at the Pocono Raceway for the NASCAR Cup Series. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Live race commentary on the race weekends for the real races as well as this one. Jeremy Oglesby, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Logano's rocking a different paint scheme this weekend. I don't need help. I think that was in referring to the you-know-what in the chat earlier. If Chase Elliott finds a way to finish in the top 2 again this weekend, that'd be 5 in a row. That'd be insane. Need help finding a spammer? Even the camping looks extremely packed this weekend for Pocono as well. Definitely a good crowd on hand at the racetrack. I'd say the crowd looks better this year than what it did for the doubleheader last season, which I'm actually kind of surprised. I was there for the doubleheader last season, and it didn't seem like there was too many people there, but this weekend, with just one cup race, seems like there's more people, which is odd. Well, the tire was loose, spun out just to be sure. That's too risky, though, to spin out in the middle of the pack like that. I mean, he very easily could have had other cars collected, so I don't see that being the case. Plus, if a tire was loose, I feel like it would have fallen off before he even got to turn 2, so I don't think that was an issue. He was just a little too low in the middle of the corner. When they looked at the replay, he had his left side tires down on the apron. In line. He was passing cars leading up to him spinning the first half a lap of the restart too. So he was definitely going for it. He just pushed it a little too hard. Oh, Bell's coming in off a win too. Hamlin back on pit road again. Topping off on fuel it looks like. Means he's going to be restarting towards the back of the field anyway. So we've now seen at least one spin in every area of the racetrack today. 2 of them in turn 3. Denny Hamlin just spun in turn 2, and Josh Bilicki crashed in turn 1. And they've all been on their own. No contact involving any of the spins or sparking the actual incident itself. And because of the Almirola spin leading into the stage break, all 4 cautions have been for incidents so far today. Trying to get his team's attention to not mess up again. He has had a lot of pit road blunders this season. A lot of him, the difference though between his pit road blunders and the blunders we were seeing with Bubba Wallace's pit crew over the last few months, before the changes at least, to his pit crew, is that Hamlin's, he's had a lot of like pit road speeding penalties. At Road America, he had 2 penalties for driving through too many boxes. He came down to serve his penalty and he did it again. So a lot of driver errors with that so far this season for him. Green flag is back in the air. A little contact further back in the pack between, it looked like, Tyler Reddick and Ross Chastain on the restart. They are 4 and nearly 5 wide into turn 1 this time, further back in the pack. Trying to make it through the first turn this time. Still 3 wide middle of the pack, right around Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott. Another car to the inside, 1 car in the wall off turn 3, and another one spinning. Corey LaJoie has spun. And turn 1... and that is another caution. Drivers just being a little too aggressive on these restarts, and another caution early on in stage number 2. Somebody got in the wall right in front of Corey LaJoie, and I think he got ran into from behind after he checked up. I don't know who got in the wall in front of him, though. It was a lighter colored car of some sort. I'm sure we'll get a replay of it here in a matter of moments, but caution is out for the 5th time today. Cautions breeding cautions. And it might have been Michael McDowell who got into the wall off of turn 1. somebody hit the wall off of turn 1. It wasn't LaJoy, and they probably stacked up behind the car that hit the wall, and that caused somebody to spin. Five cautions at 46 laps today at Pocono so far. They were 4 wide in turn 1 back where LaJoy was at least on entry to the corner. And there was contact between LaJoy and McDowell. That's what led McDowell to getting into the wall. And then LaJoy ended up spinning underneath him. Nobody else was collected, just those 2 cars. Yeah, so 4 wide just did not work out in the middle of turn 1 that time. And 7 definitely made contact with the 34 of McDowell. That's what sent McDowell into the wall, and LaJoy was already spinning. And it looked like LaJoy had tagged the wall with the right rear corner panel as well, but that was the only damage outside of the initial contact with McDowell that LaJoy would have had from the incident. Surprised more cars were able to check up, get down to the bottom in time, because that was right in the middle of the field. Those guys were just inside the top 20. Stenhouse was able to slow up just in time. He may have touched the 7, but that was after the contact between the 7 and the 34 had already taken place. And it would have been very light contact at that. Pit Strategy wins this race, especially with all the cautions coming out. All those drivers that pitted before the stage break are lucking out big time right now with all these cautions coming out repeatedly, especially at the likes of Christopher Bell and Bubba Wallace, because they're still 1-2. Harrison Burton's still in 4th, and he hasn't even pitted yet. Couple cars pitting towards the back half of the field as NBC's about to go to commercial break. It looked like Eric Jones and about 5 other cars hit pit road. Jones was running in 19th at the time of him pitting, so all the cars that were pitting were pretty much from 19th on back, but not all of them hit the pits, all topping off on fuel. Seven got Summer slammed into the wall a bit. Yeah, there you go. That should have been the commentary call. LaJoy continues on. I'll remember that if he gets in another incident. Chase won SRX race last night on the dirt track. Yep, I was there. I will have highlights from that event up on the channel later tonight, so definitely hit that notification bell so you don't miss that upload. I didn't get home till super late last night. Got about 9 hours of sleep, woke up, and I had a few hours to get everything prepared for today's race, so didn't have enough time to fully edit. I was pretty much standing pretty close to the track right around turn 4 side for last night's action. Desmond Colby, welcome to the stream. Pulling for the 48. What is this, an ARCA race? It feels like it right now. I wouldn't say ARCA. I'd probably say Truck Series. I haven't seen any ARCA brake accidents today, but we have seen a lot of accidents within the first couple laps after a restart today. We had some decently long green flag runs in Stage 1, but Stage 2, we had an incident on the second lap of the stage on the 77 of Balicki. Had some sort of a mechanical failure, perhaps. He felt the right rear tire went down. It didn't look like it, but looked like there were some sparks under the car, like something broke in the middle of the corner. But then the next 2 restarts were just drivers being too aggressive. Denny Hamlin tried to go 3 wide to the inside in turn 2. Clipped the apron just a little bit in the middle of the corner, and that caused his car to spin out. Then 4 wide in the middle of turn 1. When LaJoy ran out of room, slipped up, got into the 34 of McDowell, and LaJoy went around. McDowell got into the wall, and now we're under caution for the 5th time already today. 5 cautions on the stretch of 44 laps. It looked like lap 44 was the timing of that last yellow. This is definitely prolonging this race quite a bit. Gonna stretch this race length out a bit. Jace Jenkins, welcome to the stream. Kenneth Clark, welcome. He's pulling for Chase Elliott. Jenkins also pulling for Bowman. 232 viewers currently watching. Hit that like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, live race commentary on the race weekends, and for the video game site during the week, all in the hopes of hopefully getting in the commentating booth for real NASCAR races down the road. It's well on the road to 3,000 subscribers. The lights are out on the pace car. They'll be going green this time by Christopher Bell. Again, will elect the outside lane. Bubba Wallace going to elect the outside in line behind him, which will actually put Kyle Busch on the front row inside of row number 1. And Ross Chastain will be on the inside of row 2 underneath Wallace. How's the number 19, Regine Huddleston? Welcome to the stream. Truex is 11th right now. A lot of Toyotas in the top portion of the field currently. Thanks for the stream, no problem. I unfortunately will not be able to do live commentary for the Cup race both next weekend and the weekend after Michigan. Michigan, I'll be at the race, so there will be a race highlight video from the grandstand and a vlog going along with that. And then on next Sunday's race at the Indianapolis Road Course, I'll be at my grandparents' house watching the race with them. Kind of like I did for the Richmond race earlier this year that I didn't commentate for. Try to get a couple races a year and still go over to their house. Put the family first next weekend. Christopher Bell is going to get the good launch on the restart, a push from the 23 of Wallace. Green flag back in the air. Ross Chastain is going to continue to push the 18 to Kyle Busch, and doesn't seem like he's going to pull out of line. Not too many cars in the front half of the field that'll pull out of line. Blaney took a look, but then popped back in line behind the 22 of Joey Logano, and Kyle Busch is going to be clear of Christopher Bell on the inside through turn 1. The car on the inside, more often than not, seems to be clear of the car on the outside off the exit of turn 1 of the restarts. I'm surprised more cars haven't elected the bottom that have been in the lead at the time of the restart. Kyle Larson to the outside of Ross Chastain heading towards turn 2, trying to hold on to it, still side by side for the 4th place position back there. One car way low off the exit of turn 2 as Daniel Suarez trying to pick up a couple more spots in the middle of the pack. He'll send it 3 wide into turn 3. Underneath the 22 of Joey Logano trying to pick up another spot. Suarez was top 5 at the end of stage 1, trying to get back through the field after falling back after the last couple restarts. Aggressive side drafting going on the Long Pond straightaway right now between Kyle Larson and Ross Chastain. They're holding each other up. And now one car, Martin Truex Jr. in the DeWalt number 19 car, pulls low 3 wide to get around Chastain into turn 1. Chastain trying to get away from the side draft of Larson cost him a lot of time on the Long Pond straightaway as he hopped out of the draft, and he ended up losing about 4 positions that time to, obviously, Larson, then Byron, Truex, and Harrison Burton all got around. Now he's got the 48 car on his back bumper, giving him a huge bump draft into turn 2. Chastain pulls out a line to the inside of Burton. Can't get around him, though, that time, and Hobson line back behind the 21 car again. Tyler Reddick will make a move on the outside, getting around Chris Buescher to put himself back inside the top 10, now running in the 10th place position right in front of Ryan Blaney, who also gets around the 17 to Buescher into turn 3. Reddick keeps the pedal to the metal down on the inside of Alex Bowman, but can't quite get underneath him going into turn 3 that time. Chastain will get back around Harrison Burton through turn 3 to pick up another spot. Bowman on the Long Pond straightaway pulls out a line on the 21 car as well, looking to make a move into turn 1. Hobbs back in line now and just sits behind the 21 car in that first turn, but as he waited a little long, Reddick will instead take the move on Bowman, and he picks up another spot. Reddick to 9th. 2.3 seconds separates the top 4. Only 0.8 of a second separate the top 3. But from 4th all the way back to 10th, only 1.8 seconds is separated right now, just a couple laps after the restart. Kyle Busch back in the lead again after leading the first roughly 13, 14 laps of the race, leading up to losing the lead on that first restart of the day following the first yellow when Cindric had spun. Busch back out in front for now. He's pulling away from Wallace back at 3rd. Bell is kind of staying stagnated about 0.6 of a second off the lead behind Busch. Definitely not close enough to be able to challenge within striking distance of passing him for the lead. Blaney pushing hard through turn 1 to get around Harrison Burton. Almost got the wall off the exit of the corner as he is back inside the top 10. All the cars that pitted before the stage end that were the benefactors of that caution coming out back one, Eric Almirola spun late in stage 1, would be Christopher Bell, who's still in 2nd, Bubba Wallace, who's in 3rd, Ross Chastain, who's in 7th, and then Harrison Burton back in 11th. I guess Burton and Logano must have hit pit road because they still haven't pitted since. There's no way they can go 50 laps at Pocono on fuel. Even with the 5 cautions we've seen today, I highly doubt that that'd be the case. I feel like most years it's tough to go 35 to 40 laps. It does seem like the fuel mileage may be a little bit better with the next-gen car. I think we kind of saw that firsthand last week at New Hampshire where they were easily able to go 90-plus laps around that 1-mile racetrack. Daniel Suarez trying to pick up another spot now on Buescher into turn 2 on the inside. Buescher up high, still side by side off the exit of the corner as they battle for 12th. Chase Elliott in line right behind him, nearly contacted. Suarez is aggressively trying to side draft the 17 of Buescher. The short chute heading towards turn 3. Suarez down low, left side tires down on the yellow line, but is not going to be able to clear the 17 car, and they're still side by side for position off the exit of the corner. And again, side drafting each other on the Long Pond straightaway. Chase Elliott lost a little ground though in the dirty air, might have had to lift in a bad spot off turn 3, and isn't as closely behind those 2 cars as he was the last lap. And it looks like Buescher will let Suarez go into turn 1, and Suarez will make the pass for position. Again, sliding up to the 12th spot. Currently, the top 5 in stage 1 would be Kyle Busch in the lead. 1.2 seconds ahead of Christopher Bell in 2nd. Bubba Wallace in 3rd. 1.8 seconds off the lead. Kyle Larson in 4th. 2.5 seconds off the lead. Willie Byron is 3.7 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 5. Currently in today's race, the spotlight drivers as of right now, the 2 must-haves of Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin. Kyle Busch, of course, leading the race. Hamlin back at 11th after spinning earlier in the stage. The 2 sleeper picks right now of Tyler Reddick and, well, Tyler Reddick's in 8th, so he's having a good day so far, and Eric Jones is back at 18th. He was the other sleeper/dark horse pick for today's race. The 2 don't have picks I had today. Joey Logano has not had any speed at all. He's back to 16th, was outside the top 25 at one time in stage 1, and Kevin Harvick also has been outside the top 15 most of the day. He's currently in 15th, slowly moving forward after qualifying back at 24th, but is still stuck well outside the top 10. Cy Z on all, welcome to the stream. I know you've been in here for a while. I don't think I've called you out yet, though. Definitely most likely to win. I'm guessing you're talking about Busch. You never know, though, with how the strategy could play out as we get later and later into this race today. Logano losing a couple more spots, and Logano will be on to pit road. Joey Logano on pit road.
I do think we're going to see a steady state of pit stops, Marty.
This is the strategy that Paul Wolfe set up back at lap 10. We were talking about it a moment ago with Harrison Burton. Joey Logano coming down pit road. Though the handling on the 22 Verizon car has not been great today. Joey saying, I have absolutely no grip anywhere. Look at that wedge adjustment trying to get that car to tighten up for Joey Logano. So yes, they can make it to the end of stage 2 here. A plan they made way back at lap 10, Steve.
So that is a plan that I guess I was correct on, that Joey Logano and Harrison Burton have not pitted yet in this race. Burton's in 11th right now, and I would assume he'll be coming to pit road sometime soon. He stays out another lap, it looks like. Daniel Suarez trying to pass Harrison Burton for position. Burton's definitely stayed a lot higher in the running order. He's definitely got a better car than Logano right now. The fact that he's still in the top dozen, even after Suarez just passed him that time heading towards turn 1. And the window is open to make it to the end of stage 2 right now. So now Logano's trying to pick up time on fresher tires on the rest of the field. And I'm sure Burton will do the same as soon as he hits pit road. Staying out as long as he can just to make sure he can make it. And I guess they were able to go about 55 laps on fuel with all the cautions we have had so far in the race today. Again, 5 yellows so far. I'd say we probably had more caution laps than green flag laps. Bubba Wallace is into pit. Interesting strategy from the 23 car. Harrison Burton on the pit road as well, as NASCAR is having the non-stop coverage right now on NBC. So Burton into pit Bubba Wallace changing the strategy up. He was in 3rd place, and he pitted before the end of stage 1, but it was in those final few laps of the stage, so it's shocking that he is on pit road already, and I wonder if that might bring more of the leaders in and change more of the strategy up. So my guess is Wallace is going to be battling for stage points right now, which I'm not sure why. He's not going to be able to point his way in. He's so far behind Truex in the standings. Interesting call from the 23 team, to say the least, giving up the track position right now. And there were some other cars that were topping off on fuel as well throughout the cautions that had happened that were towards the back half. I know Denny Hamlin did after his spin. Alex Bowman is going to be in as well from the top 10. So that is the second car who was running inside the top 10 that did pit at or towards the end of stage 1 that is on pit road right now. Very interested to see how that's all going to play out. I'm definitely shocked that both the 48 and the 23 car are in, especially the 23 considering he was in 3rd. Andrew Jones, welcome to stream. Watching the stream on your TV. All right, man. Thanks. How's Kurt out for concussion? He got in a crash in qualifying yesterday. Turn 3, backed into the wall and had concussion-like symptoms. Both yesterday after the crash as well as this morning still, so he is out. Did not pass concussion protocol. The odds of Cody Ware winning, I don't know. Probably like 100,000 to 1. Something like that, maybe. Sounds about right. He's back in 28th right now. Back to the full screen action now on NBC's coverage. 2.6 second lead for Kyle Busch over his teammate Christopher Bell right now, and continuously growing. Joey Logano, who hit pit road for fresh tires, as well as Harrison Burton, not all that much further ahead of Kyle Busch. Maybe a few seconds is Logano ahead of Busch as he's 52 seconds off the lead. And it'll be interesting, even with Logano on about green flag laps, maybe close to about 15 lap fresher tires than Kyle Busch, if he's actually still going to be quicker than the 18, only because Logano was that slow back in stage 1 and for most of this race. I don't know, though. I don't know that the 23 and the 48 are playing a great strategy game with this. And now William Byron's into pit, also from the top 5. Kevin Harvick is in. This is very interesting, the strategy games that are going on in Stage 2 right now. There must be quite a bit of tire fall off for these drivers to be making the call to hit pit road. Maybe splitting the stage in half, too, as we're just shy of the halfway mark.
Kevin Harvick, lots of complaints on that Ford for him right now. He says he can't drive in the corner hard enough. 4 tire Sunoco fuel you see for Harvick.
Again, you'll get to listen into the pit stops throughout the course of today's race as usual. And as we are on these various strategies, it'll probably be easier for you guys to have a little bit more of an attention on what the strategies are going on, because I'm having a hard time trying to figure out exactly what's going on. Now Christopher Bell from 2nd will be in, as well as Larson from 3rd.
All is what's pushing these guys. And now Christopher Bell says, man, if he all goes, I'm going to lose 7, 8, 9 spots. So everyone else's call is driving the decisions up and down pit road, Kim.
And Kyle Larson there in the 5 car just said he's starting to get a little bit loose. It's going to be 4 Goodyear tires for him, as well as Christopher Bell there on the bottom screen. He said it's just a little bit tight. He needs to be freed up. Air pressure adjustment, Marty.
Here comes Chase Elliott down pit road, who, as we reported, requested a little track position from his team. Let's see if the pit crew can deliver here. Daniel Suarez leaving pit road as well. Going to be 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel for Chase Elliott, and a quick stop so far for that 9 bunch. Leaders are expected to come this lap too, including Kyle Busch and his teammate Martin Truex Jr.
All right, well, you guys heard that. Well, that's not right, because Kyle Busch just stayed out again as he crosses the start-finish line this time by. And Truex also stays out, so maybe it'll be the following lap that Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. will come in, but it'll be interesting to see if they will or not. Highest running of those that have already pitted would be Bubba Wallace in 25th, which is kind of obvious considering that he was the first of the leaders to hit pit road about 5 laps before Christopher Bell and Larson came in. And Bowman was a little bit further back in the top 10, so he's still back behind Byron, Larson, and Bell yet. About halfway through stage number 2 right now, so some definitely varying pit strategies, definitely, to say the least. Cars trying to split the stage in half, even though we've had a lot of caution laps early in this stage, so it's not really half on green flag laps, but it's half on laps in total. And Ross Chastain is in now from the top 5.
16 laps of green flag racing.
I know we talked about Logano. He was on pit road. He is losing ground to the leader. I mean, Kyle Busch will have to pit, and if he laps him and we don't get a caution, he'll be okay. But Joey Logano does not have the speed that you would expect he would have, Parker. And you see Ross Chastain pulling away. He was very happy in that race car. The team was updating him on all the cars that are pitting and plan to come 1 to 2 after that, just like we saw here, as he's away off pit road.
Kyle Busch is on the inside of Joey Logano, trying to put him a lap down in turn 3. He's backing up in the middle of the corner, and that means that Busch will be heading to pit road. So the race leader is in. He was about 5.5 seconds to 6 seconds ahead of Martin Truex Jr., and I'm sure his teammate Truex will be down as well this lap.
Down pit road, Marty.
Well, I can't imagine how tough that entry is to come on the pit road from 170 plus miles an hour all the way down to pit road speed. They had talked about bringing in Kyle Busch a couple of laps sooner, but they are so happy with this race car. Kyle said, I may be a little free on the exit of 2, but really that's it. Very happy with how the 18 is going. Also, Chris Buescher having a nice solid run inside the top 10 for Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing. He's on pit road as well. We'll see where everybody cycles out, but Kyle Busch has been so quick here this afternoon.
All right.
We'll see who is going to cycle out in front following the pit stops. Busch getting up to speed into turn 1 while Bubba Wallace is working his way around the corner right now. Wallace was a couple seconds behind Busch at the time of Busch making the pit stop, but easily Kyle Busch is going to hang on to the eventual lead once everybody ends up pitting. Again, everybody will have to make a pit stop at some point in this stage. I doubt they're going to be able to go on fuel to the end of the stage, even with all the caution laps ran at the beginning of it. Tyler Reddick from the top 5 is going to be on his way into the pits currently. Kyle Busch is back at 20, and so we're still waiting on 18 to 19 cars yet to hit pit road. Chase Briscoe is also in currently.
Tyler Reddick really coming up through the field after starting a little bit further back today. Maybe one of their best Pocono runs ever. Left him out a little bit longer. Randall Burnett told me all about execution day. Clean stop for the 8 Parker.
Nice thing here for Chase Briscoe. He's been very happy with that. 14 cars, 4 tires for him, and feeling he's away from pit road.
We talked a lot. Big news story coming.
John, welcome to the stream. Who's your daddy? Welcome to the stream. Watch WWE. It's going to be on Peacock Saturday at 7. I do from time to time. I haven't really kept up with it a whole lot over the last couple months, so post-WrestleMania haven't been seeing as much. Well, Truex is in about a lap or 2 after Busch.
Driving-wise, looking at some of the data, but he just said, I am far too tight off the corners. They have not been able to get a turn. As you see, 4 tires, he's away.
Eric Almirola almost got into the back of the 19 to Truex after Truex was leaving his pit box, and the 10 of Almirola was trying to come in. It didn't cost Truex any time, but the 10 had to check up on pit road just a little bit. He was towards the back half of the field anyway, but it's still going to likely cost Almirola a little bit of time on the racetrack. Now, Joey Logano was about to go lap down to Kyle Busch, who had already gotten to the inside of him, but Busch pitted as he was lapping Logano, so that does keep Logano at least on the lead lap. And new leader as of right now would be Ryan Blaney in the 12, leading his first laps of the day. Blaney, Jones, Hamlin, both the Dillon, Stenhouse, Custer, Keselowski, McDowell, LaJoy, Gibbs, Gregson, Haley, Gillen, all have to pit yet. Cody Ware also. So still waiting on 15 cars to hit pit road at some point in time in the final 27 laps of Stage 2. Just waiting on everybody else to hit the pits. I don't know what the strategy call is right now. RB12 Racing, welcome to the stream. JJ Haley still in cup races? Yes, he is, actually. Not full-time, at least, but kind of running part-time. I think he's in the 15 car today for Spire. Full screen commercial break going on right now. Take a little break from that, and then we'll get an update on when exactly the cars that haven't hit pit road yet will. I would imagine that they're going to probably stay out as long as they possibly can. I would have to imagine. Cherokee Man 71, welcome to the stream. Kurt Busch is out with a concussion today after a crash in qualifying, so that's why Ty Gibbs is in the 45 today. AFT Media, welcome to the stream. Austin Dillon just radioed in and said should get the trophy because his grandpa said so. That was random. Well, all right. Welcome to the stream now. Why can't Jeb Burton be out there? I don't know that he's necessarily proven himself. I don't know about Jeb Burton. He had a wild ride yesterday in the Pocono Xfinity race. I didn't get to see that race live when it happened. But he ended up on his lid on the front stretch after getting pinched into the inside wall. Almost had an even... I would actually say that it would have been worse if he drove head-on into the tire barriers because he was still accelerating when he was down near the inside wall at the point of contact. So I'd actually say flipping onto his lid was probably the best thing that could have happened in that scenario during that wild crash. There were a couple hard hits yesterday in the Xfinity Series race. I think Alex LeBay took a really big hit into the inside wall early in the race, too. Seen a lot of accidents in today's race, but mostly single-car spins. Battle for the lead right now going on between Ryan Blaney and Eric Jones. 23 laps to go in Stage 2. Both drivers without a win as of right now this season. One well below the cutoff line and one that is above the cutoff line. Jones went to the bottom through turn 1, but he couldn't quite keep up the speed. Denny Hamlin in the 11, who has had probably better speed than both the 43 and the 12, is closing in from behind. Top three all within a second of each other all of a sudden. And then both the Dillon brothers back in 4th and 5th currently. All these drivers that are out inside the top 9 as of right now, Kyle Busch is in 10th. So the top 9 still have to hit pit road at some point in time before the end of Stage 2. It might be just trying to stay out as long as they can before pitting. Just trying to stay off strategy right now. But they're going to be losing a lot of time especially somebody like Ryan Blaney, who was in the top 10 before these pit stops even started, is likely not going to finish inside the top 10, I would have to imagine, at the end of this stage. Unless they get some late stage restarts like we had at the beginning of the stage, you can maybe pick up a few spots, but that'd be about it. And it looks as if there's about a 4-second gap, close to 4.5-second gap between Kyle Busch and Bubba Wallace right now. Those will be the two drivers who will be first and second once everybody else hits pit road. Blaney getting a little loose in the middle of turn 3. His car is wiggling around quite a bit, and that'll open up the bottom lane off the exit of the corner for Eric Jones in the 43. Side by side for the lead at the start-finish line. Jones is not clear of the 12 yet, but staying extremely low, trying to make sure that Blaney wasn't going to side draft him. Now Jones arcs the corner off into turn 1, still down low. Blaney still on the outside. Jones pulls up, clear with a slide job maneuver, and Eric Jones is in the lead at Pocono. Hamlin closing in after they battled side by side on the Long Pond straightaway, and the top 3 are all within about 3 to 4 car lengths of each other. Single file down the short chute into turn 2. 17 of Chris Buescher would be the last car in the lead lap right in front of them right now, who is already pit. Buescher hops out of the way. Sorry, that's Cindric in the 2 car. It looked like Buescher's car at first from afar. Cindric was the car in the way. He'll hop out of the line. He is many laps down after a toe link issue earlier in the race. Doesn't seem like they have completely repaired that race car. Blaney again loose through turns 3 and 4, as most drivers have been today. Wiggled, almost got in the wall. Kept control of his race car, and that allows Hamlin to take over second place on the Long Pond straightaway. Difference is, though, Hamlin will clear Blaney into turn 1, versus Jones had to drive it off a little deeper. So Hamlin cleared the 12 much quicker, and Blaney is quickly losing time to the 11 and the 43 cars in front of him. Kyle Busch, who is, again, the first driver on the track that has already made his pit stop in Stage 2. We mentioned he's in 9th place. That is still the case. He is only 16.9 seconds behind race leader Eric Jones, and obviously on fresher tires, and one of the fastest, if not the fastest car in the field, so he is closing. Jorge R. Rosas, welcome to the stream. Hopefully I said your name correctly. Donna Stance, welcome. The Strange Tutor, welcome. Steven, thanks for tuning in. Imagine Noah Gragson wins. I doubt that's going to happen. He's in 13th, but that's because he also has a pit. There are some drivers that are in between Kyle Busch and Bubba Wallace right now that haven't pit, which would include Corey LaJoie, Todd Gillen, Justin Haley, Noah Gragson. So they're also on the same strategies as those inside the top 7. Michael McDowell as well now, as Busch has just gotten past him. I think some of the track position with Busch passing these slower cars has actually allowed Eric Jones to run a similar pace to Kyle Busch. And they're not quite far ahead enough right now to go fuel only and still get out in front of those guys that have already pitted. It's not possible because they're less than a half a lap ahead, and it's a very long pit road on, again, the longest straightaway in NASCAR as far as all the ovals on the circuit. Is rain going to be an issue? I saw you guys asking that earlier. I don't think it will be, but I honestly have no clue, to be completely honest. I don't think it is. They haven't mentioned it over the broadcast at all. If it is going to be an issue at all today, though, they're only 2 laps from halfway to make this race official. Kyle Larson battles to the inside of Bubba Wallace. It's for 14th on the track right now, but it will eventually be a battle for second once everybody cycles through. Larson will be clear of Wallace in turn 2 as Wallace hops back in line behind him, and now Ross Chastain in the 1 car, who has already hit pit road right behind both of those drivers now, and Chastain will be looking to pass the 23 car for position. Into turn 3, Chastain down to the bottom, Wallace on the outside. And Chastain is going to clear the 23 off the exit of turn 3 for position. Again, that will be eventually 3rd place once everybody cycles through. Now, Wallace did pit again about 5 laps before Chastain and Larson, so he cycled ahead of both those guys by quite a bit of time. And I wonder that there is that much again, tire fall off at this track today, that 5 laps is making a difference in why Larson and Chastain were able to catch him and why he is not able to keep up with the 18 of Kyle Busch on a similar pace to what he was prior to the last pit stop. And Kyle Busch actually stayed out a little bit longer than Larson and Chastain as well. And continues to grow that lead over both of those cars also. So I think it's the tire strategy that is allowing particular drivers to either increase their interval time over other drivers that they were battling for position, more so than their actual cars themselves. Ty Dillon, by the way, on pit road, drops outside of the top 5, sliding Kyle Busch up to 6th. Still has 5 cars in front of him that have to hit pit road. And Denny Hamlin, he closed in on Jones when Jones was behind Blaney. There's about 9/10 of a second interval right now between first and second, Eric Jones and Denny Hamlin. So again, top 10 as of right now, but not everybody has hit pit road. Would have Eric Jones in the lead. 0.8 of a second ahead of Denny Hamlin in second. Ryan Blaney in third. Austin Dillon fourth. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is fifth. Sixth place is Kyle Busch. Michael McDowell seventh. Corey LaJoie eighth. Ty Dillon ninth. And Kyle Larson is 10th. Ty Gibbs and Justin Haley are into the pits. They were just outside the top 10, making their stop in stage 2. It's Pocono. Rain is always a coin flip. It does seem like that with this racetrack. Been a while since Kyle Busch has won on speed. Has the best car right now. Yeah, he pretty much has from the drop of the green flag. He just made that mistake on that one restart earlier that cost him a few positions, but he's obviously been able to get him back. Ryan Blaney in the pits.
At one point he said, I'm just trying not to wreck this thing. 4 tires for Ryan Blaney as they hold him for getting that fuel cell completely full.
So trying to make sure that Blaney's car is going to be completely full of fuel. His pit stop time is about 4 to 5 seconds worse than most of the other leaders that had already hit pit road. He was inside the top 10 before everything started with the pit stops about 20 to 25 laps ago, but I would have to imagine staying out as long as he did on tires, especially with as loose of a car as he had on those older tires, losing spots on the track to Denny Hamlin and Eric Jones as well. And he is probably not going to finish inside the top 10 at the end of the stage like he was running beforehand. So I'm not sure that the strategy call was necessarily great there. Side-by-side action going on right now during the commercial break. Kyle Larson, Ross Chastain currently battling for position off of turn 3. For 8th right now would be eventually 2nd. Byron has also gotten around Bubba Wallace. In the 23, we have a spinner. Ty Dillon off of turn 2. And he has backed it into the outside wall. Caution is out with 13 laps to go in stage 2. Ty Dillon just hit pit road a couple laps ago. It looks like all 4 tires are on the car, so I don't think it was a loose wheel that caused the accident, but Ty Dillon has crashed in turn 2. Another single car spin or 6 caution today, all for incidents. And I think the guy who's going to benefit the most out of this is probably going to be Ryan Blaney, because he just hit pit road, is still on the lead lap. He's going to have fresher tires than anybody else in the field right now. It's going to be interesting what the strategy will do here. For some drivers, the top 4 had not pit yet. Eric Jones, Denny Hamlin, Austin Dillon, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., as well as Michael McDowell and Corey LaJoie had not pit yet that were also inside the top 10. So this is a caution that they wanted to see, because now they can either pit during the yellow, not lose as much time interval-wise to the leaders, or they could try to stay out, maybe save some gas during the caution, potentially make it to the end of the stage on fuel. I doubt that that's going to be the case, but we'll have to wait and see. So again, caution is out again today. Ty Dillon has spun. Supper Goose 62, welcome. And Chase Elliott doesn't look quite as strong as what he did at the very beginning of the race today when he was in second, keeping up with Larson, who was leading at the time. I'd say Larson definitely has a better car than Elliott. As of the cars that already hit pit road, that Elliott would be behind would be Suarez, Reddick, Truex, Bell, Wallace, Byron, Chastain, Larson, and Kyle Busch. So he's definitely not in the top 3 like he was when he finished second at the end of stage 1. That car's fallen off, and I don't know if they went the wrong way on some adjustments or that many cars in the field have just gotten better and have gotten the track position to get better along with it. Showing the replay of Ty Dillon's spin. It didn't look similar to Denny Hamlin's situation. I don't think he had his left side tires below the apron like Hamlin did earlier. It's a pretty long spin before finally smacking the left rear corner panel on the outside wall midway down the straightaway. This caution will bring the cars who have not pitted to pit lane with Eric Jones, Denny Hamlin, and others.
But that's why you see how busy pit road is.
And a lot of other cars that have already pit are coming in line behind those guys as well.
Kim.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in your top left, just reporting a little tighter this run than the last one. The car, 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, and you see that chassis adjustment just to free him up. Austin Dillon also tight, 4 tires, Sunoco fuel for him. Parker.
And on the bottom left of the screen, Aaron Jones pit out the lead. They're just low on overall grip, he told them. And then they said 4 tires, and we're going to wait on the field to get that thing as full as possible, Marty.
Denny Hamlin freeing up as he went on the run right there. He's waiting for a head nod here from his crew members. There he goes, leaving pit road. His teammate Kyle Busch actually gains a ton of spots here on pit road and wins the race off pit road.
So Kyle Busch also pits for 4 tires and fuel, as well as some of the other drivers inside the top 10. I was surprised at how many cars actually pit there. Busch gains 4 spots on pit road to win the race off pit road. Ross Chastain picks up 7. Byron picks up 6. Hamlin loses 3. Jones loses 2. So waiting for our leaderboard to shake up right now before I give you guys the full field running order heading to the next restart. They're going to have about 10 laps to go in Stage 2 when they go green this time. We're just past the halfway point in today's race. Carmen Hatch, welcome to the stream. We've had quite a few cautions in today's race, so as we're just past halfway, time for today's trivia question on the channel. In what year did Pocono have the most amount of cautions in a Cup Series race at this racetrack? That is today's trivia question on the channel. What year were the most amount of cautions in a Pocono Cup race in NASCAR history is going to be today's trivia question. Just to my fantasy lineups before I forget. Even though I don't have my actual lineup in today, unfortunately. Like and subscribe also for more daily NASCAR content. Just over 300 people watching as of right now and just over 100 likes on the stream. So be sure to hit that like button. Our goal is 250 today. We can definitely get there if you guys all hit that like button that are watching currently on the channel. Helps the channel out a ton with all the YouTube algorithm and others. And thanks for tuning in today. Again, we are towards the end of Stage 2. We'll have a restart with roughly 10 laps to go into stage. And the 2 drivers who stayed out of the pits, Bubba Wallace, Ryan Blaney, will be on the front row for the restart. Pretty much everybody hit pit road except for those 2. I believe everybody else hit pit road except for those 2. Blaney obviously pitted about 3 laps before the caution, so that's why he stays out. He'll benefit. And Bubba Wallace, who was the first car to hit pit road, he'll be the one to stay out, but he's going to be on much older tires than the rest of the field, so I doubt he's going to be able to hold on. But we'll see. 2012. I honestly don't know the answer. I'm going to look it up, but I figured I'd say that as a trivia question because I didn't have it yet. So let me try to find it on my phone real quick. See you guys answering in the chat. As soon as I see the answer, I'll say who ended up getting the answer correct. There are 2 possible answers. That is your guys' hint. There are 2 possible answers in the question. If you get any one of the 2 years, you will be correct. See, 2011, 93, 15 cautions. It is not 93. You don't have to guess how many cautions there were, just how many yellows. Or, I mean, what year. It is not 93. 2011 is not correct. It is not 2010, not 2012. So Bubba Wallace last pitted at lap 57. Everybody else either pitted during the yellow or Blaney a couple laps before the caution at lap 81. So the plan for Bubba Wallace right now is to likely stay out of the pits and then pit right before the end of the stage. So he doesn't have to pit during the stage break. It's going to lose him track position, obviously, but the plan is that he can restart the next stage on a few lap fresher tires and try to pick some time back up again. I don't know that that's necessarily the right call. I mean, you consider that he was right behind Byron when the caution came out and Byron was in 6th. He's given up a lot of track position. I don't know that 5 to 6 lap fresher tires is going to be the answer to getting that track position back, but we'll see. I'm questioning the call right now for Booty Barker. I think it would have been a little bit better if more cars stayed out, but he was literally the only one that stayed out outside of Blaney, who again is on fresh tires because he pitted right before the caution came out anyway. It is not 94, not 96, not 2018, not 2006, not 97, 84. I haven't seen the correct answer yet. As soon as somebody gets it, though, I will give you guys the answer. You'll get the shout out for whoever gets it right. Lester Troyer, welcome to the stream, by the way. Frank Powers, welcome. CTGRFGH22, welcome to the stream. Yo Torres, welcome. Not 94. And there is rain threatening. So that's the first I've heard anything about it, but there is rain threatening right now. Oh boy. We have just over 70 laps to go, 72 to be exact for the restart. Bubba Wallace will elect the outside lane, Ryan Blaney underneath him. No lights at Pocono, so if it rains, it might be the end of the race. We are past halfway. It is official. Green flag back in the air. Great launch by the 23 car despite being on older tires. Looked like the 12 of Blaney might have spun his tires and didn't get a great push from Chastain from behind. Splitting, of course, 3 wide further back in the field. Now Bubba Wallace gets a push from Kyle Busch entering into the corner. On the outside lane, Wallace gets a little loose in the middle of the corner. Angles it off the exit. Blaney might have gotten tight as well. Had to lift. Chastain had to lift a kit from getting into the back of the 12. He slides up right in front of the 24. Contact between Chastain and Byron that stacks up a couple cars, allowing for Hamlin and Larson to move low and pick up a couple spots on the short chute between 1 and 2. 2x2 through most of the field right now. Kyle Busch is second in line, but trying to get around Wallace on older tires into turn 3 for the lead. Kyle Busch easily takes the spot over. Ryan Blaney in third right now, trying to close in on Wallace as well. And Kyle Busch back out in front with 7 laps to go, this time by in stage 2. Blaney is going to get around Bubba Wallace off the exit of turn 3. He's going to try to run down the 18 of Kyle Busch before the end of the stage, but Busch has had the superior car so far in today's race. It'll be tough for the 12. Chastain will move up to third, getting a couple spots back that he lost on the last lap through turns 1 and 2. He'll slide up clear of Wallace and nearly contact in a battle for 5th right behind those two between Eric Jones and Denny Hamlin. Hamlin on the inside of Jones, not going to be able to stay there as he'll drop in line back behind the 43 car before heading into turn 2. Single file now into the tunnel turn that time between most of the top 10. Still 2x2 further back in the field. Through the tunnel turn that time, and more passes for position going to be made in the short chute as Chastain will make a pass of Ryan Blaney for second place going into turn 3. Looks like Blaney's still struggling with a loose race car, even with fresher tires on the race car right now. So probably have not snugged it up enough. Bubba Wallace going to get passed by Eric Jones, or at least they're side by side with one another right now. Denny Hamlin in line behind both race cars. Jones is going to clear Wallace through turn 1. Hamlin to the inside of the 23 car in the middle of the corner as well. Hamlin cannot clear Wallace, so that's going to cost him a lot of time off the exit of turn 1. He's still alongside the 23 car, and Kevin Harvick in the 4 is in the top 10 for the first time today, getting a lot of spots on pit road as well as the restart. 4 car making some moves. Hamlin finally clears Wallace through turn 2. Harvick out of line. He'll pass the 23 car, who is fading on old tires. Again, probably expecting Wallace to pit before the end of the stage. Pit road does not close until 2 laps to go in the stage, so he's probably going to pit anywhere between 3 to 4 laps to go in the stage, I'd have to imagine. So I don't know that he's necessarily going to be able to hit that commitment line before Kyle Busch gets to the start-finish line for 2 to go. Once the leader hits the start-finish line to get 2 laps to go, that is when the exact moment pit road closes. 2004. I'm still looking at some of your answers in the chat. I've not seen it yet. I'll give you guys an update on that during the stage break. Yeah, I still haven't seen the answer. A couple of you guys have been close, though. 0.7 of a second right now is the difference between first and second. Kyle Busch leads. Ross Chastain in second right now. Ryan Blaney would be in third. Fourth place is Eric Jones. Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 5. Kevin Harvick in 6th. William Byron 7th. Bubba Wallace 8th. Christopher Bell 9th. Daniel Suarez is 10th. Martin Truex Jr. is 11th. Chase Elliott 12th. Kyle Larson 13th. Tyler Reddick 14th. Austin Dillon is 15th. Eric Almirola in 16th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 17th. Chris Buescher 18th. 19th is Michael McDowell. Chase Briscoe is 20th. 21st is Alex Bowman. 22nd is Joey Logano. Corey LaJoie in 23rd. Harrison Burton 24th. Brad Keselowski 25th. Justin Haley 26th. Noah Gragson 27th. 28th is Todd Gilliland. Ty Gibbs 29th. Bubba Wallace is 30th. Wallace actually just hit pit road, so that's why he's back to 30th now. Ty Gibbs in 29th right in front of him. As mentioned, Cody Ware 31st. He's the last car in the lead lap. Ty Dillon 32nd after a spin, bringing out the last caution. BJ McLeod 33rd. JJ Yeley 34th. Austin Cindric 5 laps down at 35th with the toe link issue. And Josh Bilicki, the only car out of the race, will finish last at 36th today. 3 laps to go, stage 1.
And it is, and he's still pretty tight in that race car. We're doing a good job on those old tires. It will be 4 tires and filling full fuel as they try this alternate strategy and almost a Hail Mary of sorts here on the 23 team to see if they can get back to the front here.
Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell battling for stage points right now and battling for the 10th place position. Remember, playoff points are awarded to any drivers inside the top 10 at the end of the regular season, and both Larson and Bell are in the top 10 right now. Bell might be just on the outside looking in, but he's pretty close. So still worth battling for stage points here at the end of the stage. Extra track position with rain looming to set themselves up for the next restart, which will be coming very soon. 2 laps to go on the stage. Pit road is now closed. Nobody else came into pit other than Bubba Wallace on the alternating pit strategy. Different strategy from everybody else in the field for the 23 team. Gap of 1.3 seconds now separating Kyle Busch from Ross Chastain. Busch is set sail, pulling away and looking to win stage 2 today. I didn't mean to rhyme all that together. That was that was accidental. I'm a poet and didn't even know it. 1990-2022 is the answer. 2022, we're not done with the race yet. 1990 is the answer to the trivia question. That was one of the 2 years. The other year was 2005. So congratulations to No Torres for getting the answer correctly in tonight's trivia question for the most cautions in any Pocono race in NASCAR history. Again, happened twice, or at least the tie. 2005 and 1990 were the years. 13 cautions in both of those races. Ryan Blaney and Eric Jones battling side by side for 3rd place off the exit of turn number 1. Final lap of the stage currently. Jones on the inside, Blaney on the outside. Jones with an aggressive side draft pulls away, trying to get the run. Down the short chute into turn 2. Not clear of the 12 car yet. Still side by side, about a half a car length difference with the 12 on the outside and the 43 on the bottom. Blaney gets the run off the outside now. Jones again side drafts him into turn 3. Nearly making contact. Hamlin right behind both race cars into the corner. He chooses the outside right in line behind the 12 of Blaney. Has to lift early. Hamlin can't get there. At the front of the field, Kyle Busch is going to win stage 2. Second place is going to be Ross Chastain. And by inches, Ryan Blaney will finish third by maybe a half a hair length over Eric Jones in fourth. Denny Hamlin ends up finishing in fifth. Kevin Harvick 6th, William Byron 7th, Daniel Suarez 8th, Chase Elliott 9th, and Kyle Larson rounds out the top 10 at the end of stage number 2. Our spotlight drivers at the end of stage 2, as far as their finishes, the 2 must-haves today, both in the top 5. Denny Hamlin in 5th, Kyle Busch again won stage 2. The 2 dark horse picks of Eric Jones and Tyler Reddick. Jones in 4th right now, competing. And Tyler Reddick has fallen back a little bit. He's in 13th after that last restart. Still has a chance to get the top 10 today. And the 2 don't-haves who I had picked to not have top 10s today were Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick. Harvick picking up the pace. He's up to 6th right now. Proving me wrong, at least currently. And Joey Logano back in 22nd, still having a rough day. And it is not getting any better. Detector Mo, welcome to the stream. The question was the most cautions in a Pocono Cup race in NASCAR history. For 2 years that could have been answered. 2005, 1990, and No Torres was the first one to get it right, guessing 1990. But yeah, it does seem as if that there is rain in the area that could disrupt the finish of this race today. We're in the final stage, and we're also past the halfway mark, so it would be official if it does rain. No lights, so they can't really wait it out much longer. And plus, it's a 2.5-mile racetrack, so even if it does rain, it would take a long time to dry. Sure, they have until less than 9 o'clock before darkness at the Pocono Raceway, so they'd still have about 4 hours from now before darkness. So they may wait it out a little bit if we get to a rain delay, but I don't think they're going to wait it out overly long either. Just to see how quickly the storm maybe blows through. Happened to Chase gain 3 spots so quickly. Up to 9th? I don't know. Was it on the last lap? It might have been the last lap of the stage because Larson and Bell were side by side for a little bit battling for 10th. So maybe he just got around both of them. They checked up. Ross the boss. And he's in 2nd. It's crazy how quickly that one car has turned around the speed from what they unloaded with and qualifying outside the top 20 today. But Daniel Suarez, who qualified top 10, has ran here most of the day. Finished top 5 at the end of stage 1 and 8th at the end of stage 2. They probably made adjustments similar to that of their teammate, and that has allowed Ross Chastain to get a lot of track position, and now he's got a shot to win his 3rd race of the season today. Be interesting to see if anybody pits during the stage break. The field only has 8 laps on their tires, except for Wallace, who pitted about 5 to 6 laps after the restart. And we do have some drivers in the second half of the field pitting, probably topping off. Might as well, in case it becomes a fuel strategy, or rain strategy race, I guess. Boy, if this race ends early because of rain, that could definitely provide an upset winner potentially today at Pocono. And we could very well see that 15th different winner.
Exactly, and this also allows them to maybe have a shorter stop in this 3rd stage here, fuel-wise. So 4 tires, you see that adjustment in the right rear for Chase Briscoe here, Marty.
The thought for Chris Buescher as well, coming down pit road. Yes, they pitted at lap 84, but you got to do something different. Meanwhile, for Joey Logano and Paul Wolfe, man, it has been a struggle today with the handling of this race car. He has constantly said just absolutely no grip on the racetrack. Going to see if these 4 fresh Goodyear tires can help. How about that 3-wide race off pit road there, Rick, under this caution?
Yeah, pretty tough.
A 3-wide race off pit road for what, 30th? I don't think it was that exciting. It wasn't 30th, it was for 28th, sorry. Brad Keselowski, Corey LaJoie, Chris Buescher, Joey Logano, Chase Briscoe, Justin Haley, Cole Custer, Todd Gilliland, and Ty Gibbs all hit pit road. Taking tires, topping off on fuel during the stage break. We'll see. NASCAR Planet, welcome to stream. The race is not delayed right now, but there's rain that seems to be closing in on the track, Dark Shadows. No, the track's dry right now. But there is rain threatening the finish of the race. Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if they get to the end of this one. I'd say I like the look of the Supra. It has a sporty feel to it. I'd say more so than the Camry in the Cup Series as far as like the look of the car. Well, the next gen cars in general kind of look more sporty than the Gen 6 cars, so maybe the Camry from the Gen 6 era it looks more sporty than. I don't know so much about the next gen era. Good Lord! Who was that? I've never seen that before. There was a fan in the 1993 Pocono race that ran across the short tube between turns 2 and 3 and went over the outside wall. That was before they had the catch fence there. During green flag action. That's insane. I guess they sold out all the seating for today's race. I didn't realize that. I was going to say it looked packed. Sold out the grandstand seating and the camping this weekend, so great for Pocono Raceway. Haven't got the one to go signal yet. Still waiting. Mustang looks kind of bleh. I feel like in the Gen 6 era, the Mustang looked like the sportier of all the cars, but I'd say right now is I'd probably lean towards the Camaro. As far as like the sporty look, what car has the sportiest look? We have 62 to go right now. We'll have less than that on the restart. They'll be getting the one to go signaled this time by. So there will be 60 laps to go when we get back to green flag racing this time by. Next time by, rather. Few drivers inside the top 10 without a win this season. 3 of them to be exact. It would be Ryan Blaney in 3rd, Eric Jones in 4th, and Kevin Harvick in 6th. They're the only drivers in the top 10 without a win so far this season. And for there to be a lightning strike delay, the lightning has to be within 8 miles of the racetrack for them to have a lightning delay before rain would get there, if there is lightning with the rain. And it looked like when they showed the radar, it looked like there were some red and yellow like thunderstorms on the radar that were closing in on the track. Trey Phillips, welcome to the stream. Related to Kim Schneider? I don't know who that is. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know who that is. Does it look like rain is close to the racetrack than what's showing on TV? Well, they showed the radar. I don't know how many miles out it is, but you could tell that there's rain heading towards the track. And I'm not saying it's going to get there in the next 10 laps necessarily, but it may threaten the finish of the race considering there's still 60 laps to go. Remember, the start of Stage 2, we had quite a few cautions back to back to back before we got more than 3 consecutive green flag laps in. We'll see what will happen this time at the start of Stage 3. Had 7 cautions total today, 6 for incident, and then the Stage 2 break have been the 7 yellows. Nothing more than a 2-car tangle so far, which was LaJoy McDowell. Then every other accident we've seen have been single-car spins with no other contact. Kyle Busch elects the outside lane. Inside has gotten to the lead more than the outside on the restarts. The drivers continue to keep picking the outside. They seem to get better launches at the start-finish line, but then as they get into the corner, it seems like the car on the inside tends to be a little bit better. But Busch will be on the outside. Chastain will be on the bottom. Blaney to push the 18 and the 43 to push the 1. The green flag is in the air. Both lanes pretty equal that time at the start-finish line, getting big pushes from behind. Cars fanning out further back in the field, trying to block and fan out. They're 4 wide towards the back, but mostly double wide throughout the top dozen, at least into turns 1 and 2. Kyle Busch will quickly pull clear of Ross Chastain by a couple car lengths off the exit of turn 1. Chastain slides in line on the outside in second, still side by side for third between Erik Jones and Ryan Blaney. Hamlin with a big run, pulls out of line, 3 wide into turn 2 for third. Byron looking to follow the 11 cars. He ducks in line behind the 11, underneath the 43. Hamlin clears both Blaney and Jones, sliding clear of Blaney off the exit of turn 2 as Blaney wiggled quite a bit, and I wonder if the 11 just cut him off. Blaney back to the inside of Denny Hamlin, and now he overdrives turn 3. Byron will get around Blaney as well as Jones, and there is not going to be a lot of speed down this Long Pond straightaway for the 12 car now. A lot of battling around Chase Elliott, Daniel Suarez, Kyle Larson in the back half of the top 10, 9th, 10th, and 11th. William Byron, Erik Jones battling for position. Jones lifts off the exit of turn 1 to keep it off the walls. One car pulled up right in front of him, and being William Byron to make an aggressive pass there, and that cost Jones a couple positions in the short chute between turns 1 and 2. Blaney, Bell get by. Following Byron, Harvick also got by the 43 car. Chase Elliott to the inside of the 43 into turn 3. Also trying to pick up a spot as they battle for 8th. Elliott on the bottom, Jones on the outside, still side by side off the exit of turn 3 as they head down the Long Pond straightaway. Half a second lead for Kyle Busch over Ross Chastain at the front of the field right now. Top 5 following the restart. Kyle Busch in the lead, Ross Chastain in second. Third place is Denny Hamlin. Fourth is William Byron, and Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 5. Elliott is going to clear Jones into turn 1 for position. Jones is free-falling now as Suarez is also going to challenge to the inside. Can't quite clear the 43 car, but they are side by side for 10th. Blaney frustrated over the team radio. Blaney's still comfortably inside the top 5 for the time being. He is the highest running Ford as of right now, and the only 2 inside the top 10 would be him and Kevin Harvick in 7th. Couple spots behind the 12 and 5th. Jones is able to hold on to the 9th place position on Suarez. He's about 0.4 of a second ahead of him now. And it is single file throughout most of the field. Couple moves being made in the back half right now, but that's about it. Couple cars on fresher tires, all battling towards the back that pitted under that stage break. They only have about 8 lap fresher tires than the rest of the field that pitted during the last caution for incident in Stage 2. It is still a one-stop race to the finish for everybody, whether they pitted during the stage break or did not pit during the stage break. And it'll be interesting to see who will be the first set of cars to pit. You never know when that rain could end up striking as we get later into the stage as well. It's going to be interesting to keep an eye on. CC, welcome to the stream. Chaffee City, USA, welcome. Robin Marks, thanks for tuning in. He doesn't think it'll rain. I hope it doesn't. Hopefully we can get all this race in. But it will affect the strategy game, I feel like, as we get later into this stage. Might make these guys stay out as long as they can on fuel rather than pitting early as soon as the window opens like we saw back in Stage 2. Or even splitting the stage in half also like we saw a lot of drivers do in Stage 2. Ross Chastain slowly closing back in on Kyle Busch. He's within 0.3 of a second of the lead now. It was a half a second just a couple laps ago. Side-by-side battle for 8th as Jones has worked his way back to the inside of Chase Elliott. Elliott's top 2 streak in danger. He's had a good day today. He's been in the top 10 all day, but he just quite hasn't had that race winning speed as some of the cars up at the front of the field have had today. And even Kyle Larson has really faded. He's back to 11th now. I'm not sure how, but he has fallen back, and William Byron is by far the highest running Hendrick Chevy in 4th. Eric Jones has cleared Chase Elliott for position off turn 3. Daniel Suarez trying to get around the 9 of Elliott. Elliott was blocking for his life down the front stretch, and Suarez still gets underneath him and will also get around Elliott for 9th place, so Chase back to 10th. Was in a couple spots in the span of about a lap. And his teammate Kyle Larson is now closing in behind him. Chase Elliott is definitely starting to lose a little bit of pace as Kyle Larson is quickly closing on the back of the 9 car for 10th place. Kyle Busch a little bit faster than Chastain that last lap by a couple tenths of a second. It's back out to a half a second lead and growing. Chastain was a bit quicker for a couple laps prior to that than the 18 car. Definitely tell Chastain's got to be pushing hard trying to get to Busch. Kyle definitely in his best position to try and win a race this season since getting his only win back at Dirt Bristol earlier in the year. Oh, problems. Ryan Blaney has a flat left rear tire. And I couldn't tell if he got in the wall or not, but he is smoking quite a bit off the exit of the corner. More problems for the 12. This may cause a caution. I would have to imagine he's trying to get out of the way. Now he's down on the bottom. And they are keeping it green for right now. No yellow. This is terrible for Ryan Blaney as he was inside the top 5 in the 5th place position and now has blown a left rear tire. No major damage around the left rear corner panel, and as long as he doesn't start to shed debris other than the chunks of rubber down on the apron of the racetrack right now, then we will stay green. It looked as if he kept it off the wall. He probably felt it going down on the Long Pond straightaway, and then as he got into turn 1, he was just very slow. Blaney is going to get back to pit road. Probably going to have problems trying to jack the car up. It's going to be interesting to see if he'll stay on the lead lap. He is outside the fuel window to make it to the end of the race from right now, so even getting back on the racetrack, not only he's losing a lot of track position, but he's also still going to have to pit again before the end of the day. And he will go a lap down as the leaders are making their way down the Long Pond straightaways. Blaney is still in his pit box as of right now. Tough break for the 12. Battle for the lead going on between Kyle Busch and Ross Chastain. Chastain has closed behind Busch over the last couple laps after it looked like Busch was slowly pulling away. Chastain is within about a car length and a half behind Busch off the exit of turn 1. A little bit better run though off the exit of the corner by the 18 car with the clean air, and he may gap him by about 2 car lengths into the corner. Chastain running the outside more into the resin than Kyle Busch, who ran the bottom that time through the corner. That's going to give Chastain a little bit more straightaway speed now, as well using the draft and the short chute heading towards turn 3. They're about 2.3 seconds ahead of third place Denny Hamlin currently. Chastain down on the bottom wiggled a little bit as his left side tires were on the curbing in the middle of the corner, and that costed him a little bit of time, and Kyle Busch will pull him back to the start-finish line. 50 laps to go as NBC goes to a commercial break side by side. We'll take a full field running order look right now. Kyle Busch is your race leader. Ross Chastain again in second right behind him. Denny Hamlin currently in third place. William Byron fourth. And Christopher Bell rounds out the top 5. Kevin Harvick's in 6th. Eric Jones 7th. Daniel Suarez in 8th. 9th is Chase Elliott. And Kyle Larson rounds out the top 10. Martin Truex Jr. in 11th, Tyler Reddick 12th, Eric Almirola 13th, Austin Dillon 14th, and Alex Bowman is 15th. Bubba Wallace in 16th, 17th is Brad Keselowski, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 18th, Chase Briscoe 19th, and Michael McDowell is 20th. Chris Buescher in 21st, Harrison Burton 22nd, Joey Logano in 23rd, Justin Haley 24th, Corey LaJoie is 25th. 26th is Noah Gragson, Ty Dillon in 27th, 28th is Ty Gibbs, 29th Cole Custer, and Todd Gilliland is 30th. Cody Ware in 31st, Ryan Blaney after just having to make that unscheduled pit stop blowing the left rear tires back to 32nd, first car 1 lap down. JJ Alien 33rd, BJ McLeod 34th, Austin Cindric is 35th, 5 laps down after a toe link issue earlier, and Josh Bilicki is the only car out of the race after wrecking early in stage 2. Will finish last in today's race. So now all 3 Penske cars are outside the top 20. Not a good day for them. Blaney was the lone soldier for that Penske organization today. That was trudging right along. He was in the 5th place position until that tire issue at the beginning of the stage. First tire issue we've seen today. Somebody actually blowing a tire that caused an incident. Josh Bilicki stated that he felt he had a right rear tire going down, but it didn't actually look like his right rear tire was down. It looked like something else had broke on the car, causing him to spin back at stage 1 earlier. Chastain still not able to get around Kyle Busch. He's within a couple car lengths of him for sure, though. Almost 400 viewers currently watching the stream today. Hit that like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. 131 likes on the stream so far. Our goal is 250, and we still have just less than 50 laps to go at the Tricky Triangle today. Long Pond, Pennsylvania. I'm not going to lie, when I was at the SRX race last night, I was almost half tempted to just go to the Pocono race today, but I kept my obligations of giving you guys the live commentary. I was only a few hours away from the track at that point, and I was like, oh man, I'm kind of itching to go, but I didn't. I ended up just coming home late last night, and we are here now on the channel giving you guys the coverage for today's race, with the race being on the USA Network. Chastain lost a little time to Kyle Busch that last lap, half a second difference now between first and second. Chastain seems to kind of consistently change his line. Kyle Busch in the 18 car. Kind of consistently around the bottom of the track more often than not. Sometimes Chastain runs the top. Sometimes he runs the bottom. I think he's running the top more when he gets closer to the 18 car and is in the wake of the dirty air versus on the bottom lane in line behind him a bit. 10 seconds back to 7th place Eric Jones and about 5.5 seconds between 1st and 4th. Going through the field, you guys get to listen in.
Part of this run, Parker.
Marty, the car trying to chase him down is that one of Ross Chastain, who's been one of the few cars this season, in the last couple races, that can pass at places people say it's really hard to pass. I asked Ross about that earlier today, and he just looked at me and said, I don't know why we're able to pass, but we are. And right now, pretty happy with that race car just getting a little tight, the dirty hair behind the 18, Marty.
Parker, in 6 laps, the window opens to make it to the end of the race. They're talking about Denny Hamlin coming in 10 laps. The car a little bit too tight for Hamlin right now. He said he's lost overall grip in turn 3 and just slides the tires on the exit, Parker.
The car trying to chase him down is William Byron, that 24, who was pretty quick in practice and then spun off of turn 3. And I asked William about that, and he said, you know, when we got to this second half of this season, I just find myself where I feel the car is too tight, so I have them loosen up, and then we go too far. He said, this whole second half, I've just been searching to find that right balance, and right now he seems to have that right in the top 5, Kim.
Well, Parker, Christopher Bell running in that 5th position, and this team racing with a little less pressure after their win last weekend. Christopher radioed in a few laps ago to say it's loose on entry, tight in traffic. And when I talked to crew chief Adam Stevens this morning, he said they just want to maximize their day. That's where they need to clean things up before the playoffs. They haven't been able to do that recently. That's the goal here today. As we move into the 6th position, Kevin Harvick, he is just too tight this last run. Maybe they overcorrected because he started off this race a little bit loose. Crew chief Rodney Childers said they feel like this isn't a must-win to get in the playoffs. They think it's a must-win 2 races, Parker.
And for Eric Jones, the 43 currently running in 7th. He viewed this race as an opportunity, and halfway through the race, it looked that way as they used strategy and the speed of 42 car to get into the lead. And then on this last restart, he restarted up in the 4th position, but fell out of the groove, fell all the way back to 9th, and has worked his way slowly but surely back to 7th. They have the speed in that race car, but they're going to need a caution or something else to go their way to get back to the front. And behind him is Dale Suarez, who ran in the top 5 earlier today, was really happy that the race car actually was a little loose in 3, but liked the way it was setting up to make passes down to turn 1. But as we got the second half of this race, he's been complaining how the handling has simply gone away on that 99 car, Marty.
Well, we've seen Chase Elliott work his way back up to the top 10, but really struggled with the handle of this race car. He said turn 1 landing, he's way too tight. That's where he's losing a lot of his time. And then Alan Gustafson said, hey, keep in mind, looks like this next stop, which should be coming up very shortly, will be under green. You see Chris Buescher coming down here early, 44 to go. Not sure they can make it to the very end on 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel. So keeping in mind that green flag stop, Kim, that's going to be coming up in a bit.
And Marty, you mentioned Chase Elliott just talking about those tight conditions. His teammate Kyle Larson running in the 10th position, having the same trouble. He's saying, guys, I can't do anything. It's way too tight in traffic. Dirty air is such a detriment to this car. This team also with their crew chief Cliff Daniels back for the first time after a 4-race suspension. I asked Cliff what he's feeling. He said a little bit of relief, but he said as a team exercise, him being gone was great. The team rose to the occasion, and they feel like they're inching towards being playoff ready, guys.
So again, that was a full field rundown of the top 10. And a quick update, the top 10 currently consists of Kyle Busch leading by 0.6 of a second over Ross Chastain in second. Denny Hamlin is 2.5 seconds off the lead in third. William Byron fourth, 6 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell rounds out the top 5 in fifth. He is 9.4 seconds back of race leader Kyle Busch. Kevin Harvick 11.6 seconds off the lead in sixth. Eric Jones 7th, 12.3 seconds off the lead. Daniel Suarez in eighth. 13.2 seconds off the lead. Chase Elliott is 14 seconds off the lead in ninth, and Kyle Larson rounds out the top 10 at 14.4 seconds off the race lead. Top 2 within a second, top 3 within 2.5 seconds, and then a big gap back to fourth. Tyler Reddick on pit road. NASCAR going with their nonstop action as of right now. The fuel window seems to be about open to the end of the race, so some drivers are short pitting, knowing that they can make it on fuel. It's less fuel they have to put in the car now versus if they pitted later. Plus, they could take a little bit of an advantage with the fresher tires on the race cars. I'm still trying to figure out. Bubba Wallace is only up to 15th. I figured that only 5 lap fresher tires, considering there were so many cars in the lead lap at the end of the stage, that strategy probably wasn't going to work. So I don't understand why they stayed out during that last caution in the stage when they were inside the top 5. He literally went from running in second place at one point to now he's 15th in traffic. And we're getting into the final set of pit stops, and he can only go maybe 5 to 6 laps further than everybody else on fuel at the furthest. So I really just don't understand that call. I mean, he literally sacrificed a potential shot to win, probably his best chance to win all season, to now maybe struggling to even get a top 10 because they're back in traffic. Seth Thomas, welcome to the stream, as well as I saw a couple other newbies in the chat. The Time Alloy 1. And I thought I saw somebody else. Elizabeth Woodstock, welcome to the stream also. Desmond Colby still pulling on for Bowman. Yeah, he has not been there. The other Hendrick Chevys have been in the top 10. Bowman was earlier, but I don't know what happened, but he's fallen back to 14th one way or another. Chastain closing back on Kyle Busch again. It's tough to tell if the one car is quicker than the 18 and just can't pass him because of the dirty air and just the fact that it's tough to pass on this track, or if he is just overdriving the car at times trying to get around him, and then that's why he loses so much time and then having to pick it back up, because he was 0.9 of a second off the lead about 5 laps ago, and now he is challenging 39 laps to go at the line. Chastain trying to get a run in the draft down the Long Pond straightaway. See some of the crowd cheering the one car on as he has closed on Busch. What is going to happen here between the 18 and the 1? Busch trying to take the line away of the 1 cars. They both go towards the outside in the resin in turn 1. That allows Busch to pull ahead by about an extra car length and a half off the exit of the corner. And every time Kyle Busch takes the line away, the 1 of Ross Chastain, he's having a tougher time trying to keep up with him. We got more pit stops. Daniel Suarez, Chase Elliott, Mark Truex Jr., and Austin Dillon are in.
On the front end of this window, Alan Gustafson calling the pit road, 39 to go. When Kyle Busch got stuck behind the 8 car, once he came off pit road, they debated pitting then, and then Ben Bayshore said, no, we can't, we're not in our window yet. Expect the 18 to go at least one more lap. You see, his teammate Martin Truex Jr. still on the racetrack as well, but no doubt that cost Kyle Busch time to Ross Chastain.
All right, so decision.
Chase Elliott, Suarez, Truex are working the way off of pit road right now. They're going to try to get up to speed and stay in front of the 18 to the 1. They're going to battle hard to do that, so that way, in case there is a caution in the middle of green flag pit stops, well, it's going to be interesting. I think they'll get up to speed before the 18 and the 1 catch them in the first place. I don't think Busch is necessarily going to have dirty air. More cars in the top 10 pitting. Byron, Eric Jones, Larson, Almirola, Keselowski are in.
4 car, just a little bit tight on the exit of corners. It will be full time. 4 tires and filling it full of fuel here. What could be the final stop?
Keeping our eye up on the top of the screen. Will the 1 peel off here as he comes out of turn 3?
And Chastain's slowing up in turn 3. He may be pitting this time. No, Kyle Busch will pit. Change of cards, so Kyle Busch will pit from the lead, and the 1 of Ross Chastain will continue to stay out. Good call by the 18 to make sure he beats the 1 to pit road and making sure he didn't stay out longer.
All in front of you, Marty.
We saw Kyle Busch kind of
Christopher
get down
Bell
to
also
pit road
in.
speed as quickly as he could, also to hit pit road speed as well. Comes down here, 37 to go. Interesting move for Ross Chastain and Bill Surgeon to stay on the racetrack. Ben Bayshore told Kyle Busch, you are waiting on me and the Jack. Got to get all the Sunoco fuel in to make it to the end of the race, Jones.
Christopher Bell on the bottom of their screen, same story, waiting on the call from the crew chief to get that fuel cell full. He said the longer the run, the balance pretty good. Still a little free on entry for Christopher Bell.
Ty Dillon also in the pits. Alex Bowman is in, and Ross Chastain is going to pit from the lead this time by. The 11 of Denny Hamlin will stay out and take over the race lead temporarily. Chastain at the commitment line. Wonder if anybody else is going to pit behind him yet.
Hit this lap, and then as he was coming through turn 3, they explained to him that they will be waiting on the fuel to get as full as they possibly can, and that they'll ease down the left side jack, as you see them on the right side doing the right side tires, now to the left side, and this is the key part. They want to get all the fuel in that race car, so they'll ease it down, and that's his cue now to go. 10.1 is about a 13-second stop for Kyle Busch, so we'll see where he rejoins.
We'll see who's going to win the race out of the pits this time. Chastain at a quicker pit stop as he works his way out of the pit lane. Kyle Busch is at about the start-finish line, trying to work his way to the 1 of Ross Chastain. Lap traffic is in the way of the 18 car right now, slowing him up a bit with the 41 of Custer. Then he's going to have to pass on the inside through turns 1 and 2, and Chastain will get up to speed, and he will be the eventual leader. So Ross Chastain will have a quicker stop on pit road, and that allows him, despite pitting 1 lap after Kyle Busch, to cycle to what is right now 7th place as Chastain gets around LaJoie, who hasn't pit yet. That'll be a pass for 6 for Chastain and LaJoie, but that will be the eventual battle and race for the lead right now once the rest of the leaders hit the pits. Denny Hamlin, Bubba Wallace, Michael McDowell, Harrison Burton, Joey Logano in the top 5 still have to hit pit road before Chastain and Kyle Busch could cycle back to being 1-2 in the field. Just over 420 viewers currently watching. Hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. 35 laps to go right now in the M&M's Fan Appreciation 400 at the Pocono Raceway, the only race at the Tricky Triangle this season. Denny Hamlin is in from the lead. Oh, we got a spin off of, spin off of turn 3. Chris Buescher saves it. Will we stay green? Couple tires are flat on the 17 car. He is slow on the front stretch. Hamlin is already on pit road. He has passed the commitment line. Will we get a caution? No caution yet. If we do get a yellow, Hamlin might cycle as the lead. They're hurried on this 11 stop right now. They get him off and away. Michael McDowell is in. Denny Hamlin obviously on his way out of the pits right now. Chastain is going to cycle out in front of Denny Hamlin as well as Kyle Busch. Hamlin will eventually be in third. No caution for Buescher yet as he's trying to limp his way around on some pretty flat tires, if I do have to say. He had at least 2 tires down. Logano's in. He was out of the way when he had spun. It was kind of a half spin, but he definitely flat spotted some tires. Bubba Wallace is in. He locks his front tires up, trying to get the pit road speed. Not sure exactly where the 17 of Buescher is right now and trying to get back to pit road. Harrison Burton is in as well, and that has cycled Ross Chastain back to the lead. Top 3 within 0.6 of a second as they battle for the win with 33 to go at Pocono. It's Ross Chastain versus Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin. Ty Gibbs, Cole Custer, Ty Gillen stuff to pit, but they're running 4th through 6th. Cody Ware in 9th also has to hit pit road yet. Replay of Buescher's spin off turn 3. It just looked like he lost it off the exit of the corner, similar to the wrecks in yesterday's on-track action in practice and qualifying, as well as a couple of the early spins we saw today from Eric Almirola and Austin Cindric. It sounds like Buescher has gotten back to pit road, so there won't be a caution for that spin from the 17 car. 32 laps to go now. Chastain a little bit quicker than Kyle Busch that last lap, and with Kyle Busch falling off a little bit that last lap, the 11 of Denny Hamlin is challenging right in line behind the 18. How hard will the 11 and the 18 battle, or will they try to get to the 1 of Chastain first to keep from slowing each other up? It's going to be interesting to see if they could keep enough pace. I don't know how much maybe drafting behind one another is going to be able to help them catch Chastain in the 1 on the straightaways with nobody for Chastain to draft off of. We'll see if that will play into effect at all. Denny Hamlin pulling out of line on Kyle Busch side by side for second on the Long Pond straightaway. Hamlin way down to keep Busch from side drafting him now, and Denny Hamlin will clear Kyle Busch into turn 1 for second. Lap car on the bottom, Cody Ware trying to get up to speed. They kind of took away the line of the 11, but he is still going to hold clear of Kyle Busch off the exit of the corner. So now Denny Hamlin is trying to run down Chastain. And remember, these two have had a feud that has gone on throughout the summer months. Gateway is where it all started when Chastain had dumped Denny Hamlin. Then he dumped him at Atlanta just a few weeks later. And here we are, fast forward to the middle of July. And it is the two drivers who have had probably the biggest feud in NASCAR so far this season, running 1-2 at Pocono. In the late going, we'll see if Hamlin can get to Chastain. I'm sure he's not going to race him clean. I'd be shocked if he did, to be completely honest. I'm not saying he's going to go out there and dump him, but I don't think he is. I think he might use a bump and run or something, or maybe bump draft him on the straightaway and launch him into the corner. Kind of similar to how Logano and Mark Martin finished that race off. What year was that? Back in 2012, where Logano won on Martin at Pocono. I feel like I could see one of those moves happening if Hamlin doesn't just flat out dump him. I think Denny knows this is a fast track. Obviously, we saw Kurt Busch end up having a concussion after a crash at turn 3 yesterday, is why he's not racing today. So I would not be shocked that, knowing that, it wouldn't be the wisest option just to dump somebody at this dangerous racetrack. It doesn't matter what corner it is, knowing that turn 3 is probably the corner that's most likely to happen, with it being the flatter corner, and that was the corner that Kurt Busch had gotten injured yesterday. But I don't think that these two are going to necessarily let bygones be bygones. The 12 of Ryan Blaney, last car in the lead lap right now, but he's got older tires than everybody else because he pitted with about 52 to go because he had a flat left rear tire. He's probably going to battle hard to stay on the lead lap. He's right in front of Chastain currently. I don't know if Blaney is already pit or not, if he can make it on fuel to the end of the race. The 1 is definitely quicker and closing in fast on the 12. 0.8 of a second right now is the difference between the 1 and the 11. Chastain's going to have to get around Ryan Blaney quick before the 11 of Denny Hamlin could close in. Blaney on the outside through turn 3. Ross Chastain down on the bottom. Off the exit of turn 3, though, Chastain going to be alongside the 12. Side by side right now, the Long Pond straightaway. Chastain not too aggressive with the side draft, but he's pulling way to the bottom to make sure the 12 doesn't side draft him. And into turn 1, Chastain will be clear. He got around Blaney about as quick as he could have. And now Denny Hamlin going to have to do the same. Hamlin closing in fast on the 12. Pulls out a line down to the inside, quickly gets around him on the straightaway. Hamlin trying to close on the 1 of Ross Chastain. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Over 500 viewers currently in the chat right now. Grandpa, welcome to the stream. I don't know if that's my grandpa or my dad, but Craig Schneider, welcome to the stream. He thinks payback's coming. Comment in the chat down below. Do you guys think the payback is coming? Do you think Denny Hamlin is going to get to Ross Chastain? He is slowly closing in on him. It was about a second difference between the two cars a few laps ago. It's down to about 8 to 9 of a second on a consistent basis. By the way, Cole Custer is on pit road right now, and I believe Todd Gilliland is the last car to still pit inside the top 10. So it sounds like Denny Hamlin did not get his crew did not get the car full of fuel during his pit stop, and by Chris Gabehart's calculations after radioing into his driver was stating that he was about 2 to 2.5 laps short on fuel. I don't know that necessarily you could save that much fuel in 26 laps at Pocono, knowing this is a 2.5 mile racetrack, but Denny Hamlin may be short on fuel to the end of the race. It'll be interesting to see if anybody else is good on fuel to the end. Now, Kyle Busch had about a 3-second longer stop than both the 11 and the 1, so I would think that he's probably going to have a little bit more fuel in his car than the 2 ahead of him. And remember, it was last season where Kyle Busch won a fuel mileage race at this racetrack. Can he do it again this year? So we know that update on Hamlin, but do we know an update on Ross Chastain? As of right now, the answer is no. Whether he can or can't make it on fuel to the finish. Kevin Harvick, by the way, is up to 4th place. Passed Christopher Bell recently. About 11 seconds is the gap between Busch at 3rd and Harvick in 4th. And Kyle Busch also did pit 1 lap before Ross Chastain. Hamlin was the last of both Kyle Busch and Ross Chastain to pit, so that is shocking to me that Hamlin is that short on fuel. Which is probably another reason why we're starting to question if Kyle Busch and Ross Chastain are going to be short. But if they are, there are a lot of drivers that pitted before the 1, the 11, and the 18 that are further back in the field, like Reddick and Bell. So it's just shocking to me that Hamlin's team did not get that car full of fuel. Using brakes and shifting is definitely going to cause the car to use a little bit more fuel. So that's why his team had radioed into him to not use any gas or brakes, start lifting earlier into the corner so you don't have to use that. And he is still closing on the 1 of Chastain. There's lap traffic that Chastain is closing in on. We haven't really seen lap traffic come into play today, primarily because of the amount of cautions we had in the first 2 stages. But now, with not having a caution at all so far at Stage 3, this is the longest green flag run of the day so far, and it's allowing the 11 and the 1 to catch up. Oh, trouble, Blaney hard into the inside wall, head on off turn 3 as he has spun. Head on impact. Caution's out for the 8th time today, and that'll change everything. Massive impact for Ryan Blaney. Just missed the barrels at the front of the pit road entrance, but he hit the inside retaining wall head on. Our 8th yellow of the evening. Heavy hit for the 12 car. He is moving around inside the car right now. Not sure if the window net is down or not. Massive impact for the 12 car. Similar to the wreck that we saw in the Xfinity race yesterday. Lost it off the exit of turn 3. The 4th driver to get loose off of that corner today and wreck. Or spin of some sort. But he was the only one of the 4 now that have went head on into the inside wall. Blaney is out of the car. And his rough weekend will come to an end. Problems in the SRX race last night at his home track at Sharon Speedway. And unfortunately, today, more bad luck. He had a flat left rear tire while running 5th early in the stage. He had to make an unscheduled stop that put him a lap down. And now the spin off turn 3 and head on into the inside wall. Not something you want to do. He was 105 points to the good above the cutoff line. As long as we don't get another couple of winners, he should be good. But Harvick is inside the top 5 right now. And Martin Truex Jr. has been hovering right around that 10th place position today, so he may lose. Well, he's definitely going to lose a lot of points considering he's out of the race today. He has scored a lot of stage points, so that's good for him. But race finishing points he's not going to score a lot of. And he's still going to have over a full race worth of points ahead of Harvick no matter what at the end of the day today. But it is going to be a lot slimmer of a gap than what it was even a couple weeks ago. So they're currently on work to getting the 12 car off the track. And obviously trying to pick up all of the debris that was left behind after the accident. Caution with 23 laps to go. This is going to set up at least a late race restart. One of them. Robin Miller, welcome to the stream. Pulling for Ross. Roxy Bollinger, welcome to the stream. And Blaney is out of the car. He is all right. Kevin Tatum Jr., welcome to the stream. He might rattle his cage a little. Yeah, that could happen. The Moist Like Egg, welcome to the stream. The most... I said moist. The Most Liked Egg, welcome to the stream. Don't think it is. Hamlin might wait for the playoffs that matter the most. This is true. Well, he's hit him twice. So... maybe that means Hamlin could hit him twice. I mean, I wouldn't blame him if he did it. A lot of cars in the back half of the field are on pit road right now.
Yeah, it's, about, 15th on back. A handful of guys have pitted. This is really a fresh tire call. And probably to double check you're good on fuel. We heard that the 11 was close, so he's going to use this.
I thought we were going to get a idea of what maybe some of the setup changes were going to be for the cars on pit road. Couple cars inside the top 10 pitted. William Byron, who was, I believe, in 6th or 7th, hit pit road. And Eric Jones, who was also in the top 10, I think, hit pit road. I could be wrong on that. Wow. Showing the wreck from Casey Kane from Pocono a couple years ago, back in 2015. before they extended the inside pit wall. Ryan Blaney, where he hit, that would have been in the area that was the extension of the pit wall from about 7 years ago. Blaney lost control off the exit of turn 3, spun and hit the wall head on. Inside retaining wall, the pit wall head on. "20 laps to go right now. They have not given the field one to go yet. But I would imagine we will be going green within the next couple laps. It's definitely going to allow for Denny Hamlin to save a little bit of gas. His team had radioed in a couple laps for the caution that he was about 2 to 2.5 laps short. I figured under green flag conditions that was going to be tough to save, but under caution it's going to be a lot easier. And I don't think he can afford to save now with the field being bunched back together. I guess Pato O'Ward won the IndyCar race earlier today at Mid-Ohio, at Iowa. I had no clue IndyCar was running a doubleheader at Iowa this weekend. Saw they raced last night. I didn't know they were racing again today, to be completely honest. Got some people rooting for KFB in the chat. Here is Marty Snyder with Chris Gabehart.
I know you needed this caution, but is this caution enough to get you to the end, Chris?
Well, we were saving quite a bit there and kind of staying with Ross and running him down. I think the caution will certainly buy us what we need, but we probably got a little bit more magic trick left to go. But cautions breed cautions, and the 11's here to win, and I think we're in a good spot to do it.
Yeah, you told me playoff points are bust this morning, so that means winning, right? So how about handling-wise? Does he have enough car to be able to get by the one and hold off Kyle Busch?
I think so. We'll see how the race plays out.
There you go, Chris Gabehart. Needed this caution. He got it. Also, Tyler Reddick sitting in the 6th position as well. They were 3 laps short, Rick, and this caution gets them where they need as well to make it to the end of the race.
So there you go. Tyler Reddick was also radioed in from his crew that he was also shy on fuel to the end of the race. So this helps them. I don't think it guarantees that they're going to make it to the end unless we get maybe another caution or two before the end of the race, which is likely. We had cautions breeding cautions earlier in the day back in Stage 2 when it felt like we were never going to get any green flag racing back in. That's the case now. And as we have less than 20 laps to go as well in this race, the rain that seemed to be looming in on the radar has a little bit less time to get to the track as we're nearing the end of the race. So hopefully they'll be all right there. Joe Metal, welcome to the stream. Toxic Punk Youngboy, welcome. STB Plays, welcome. Troy the Great, welcome. Like and subscribe again for more daily NASCAR content. If you have not already hit subscribe, 75% of viewers over the last 28 days on the channel not subscribed, so definitely hit that. Here's Parker Kligerman standing with Ryan Blaney.
It's one of those things, you get loose off 3 and think you can save it, and can't, and I just couldn't save it. So yeah, gosh, I hate it for everybody on the 12 group. We just finally got the car decent, and then we were running, top 5 there, and had a flat tire and had to come in, and then just tried too hard and stepped away from me. So I hate it for Menards and Ford and everybody. That's on my mistake, but go at it again next week.
Glad to see you okay.
All right, thank you.
So again, that was Blaney following his hard hit into the inside retaining wall, bringing out caution number 8 today. Talking about Denny Hamlin and Ross Chastain and their rivalry throughout the summer over the last couple of weeks, and will that continue today? Chastain's been the one who has spun Hamlin not once but twice over the last couple months. Chastain will be the leader on the restart. Hamlin will be in second. Chastain also elected the outside lane for the restart. Denny Hamlin elects the inside. They'll be going green this time by. We will have just 18 laps to go at the tricky triangle. Here we go. Lourdes Cruz, welcome to the stream. Green flag is going to be back in the air. Chastain gets the push from Kyle Busch from behind. Kevin Harvick also winless this year below the cutoff line, trying to get around Denny Hamlin on the inside lane as he gives him a push for right now down the Long Pond straightaway. 3x3 further back in the field towards the back half of the top 10. Launched by Chastain, up high, the 11 of Hamlin, underneath, but not clear, side by side, as they work off turn 1, Hamlin crowds the one, he puts him in the wall, and a big wreck off of turn number 1, Chastain slides to the inside retaining wall, slams with the right side of his race car head on, caution is out, Kevin Harvick has heavy damage, as he had clipped the one of Chastain as well. Denny Hamlin has paid Ross Chastain back on the restart. Hamlin has just pinched the one of Chastain into the wall. Chastain then went hard into the inside wall. And Kevin Harvick got collected when Chastain came back down the track after getting pinched into the wall off the exit of the corner. Definitely did not give Chastain enough room to make the corner. There was contact, and Chase Elliott just missed the spinning Chastain down to the inside. Awkward angle hit into the wall for Chastain as well, as he gets collected. Be interested to see what Chastain's interview is going to be like. If he can't be, like, he's got to be frustrated, I understand. But if he talks about, like, being a cheap move or something like that, it'll be interesting to see what he says, to say the least. Well, there's the payback that we were all wondering. Man, that was a big hit from Harvick into the back of the one of Chastain as well, hence the heavy damage on the right front of the 4. And that takes Harvick out of a shot to potentially win this race now when he could have made it into the next round of the playoffs. Harvick just an innocent bystander in the rivalry between the 11 and the 1. Ace Moneymaker, welcome to the stream. Santiful Tree, welcome to the stream. David Cormier, welcome. I'd say it's been a good race. By Pocono standards, it's honestly been a good race. I don't think it's been like a great race, but it's been a good race. Things have definitely amped up with the Ross Chastain-Denny Hamlin rivalry part 3. On that restart, Denny Hamlin has finally paid Ross Chastain back. And that brings out our 9th caution of the race today. Angel of Olives, welcome to the stream. Wild Bill, welcome. Well, that was Hamlin in retaliation from Chastain. I don't think he would have done that if Ross Chastain didn't wreck him twice in the last month and a half, roughly. Another car to pit road. I think it was Kevin Harvick, though. Yeah, it is Harvick with the heavy damage. Well, how about Chase Elliott up to 3rd out of nowhere? Looking to keep his top 2 streak alive. He finished 2nd at the end of stage 1, but he really fell back over the middle portion of the race. Barely missed that wreck down the straightaway between turns 1 and 2 off the exit of turn 1 where Chastain got turned right in front of him. And Ross Chastain obviously is going to be done. Chase Elliott's up to 3rd. Christopher Bell, who won last week, is up to 4th. And Tyler Reddick is inside the top 5 for the first time on normal speed today. Michael McDowell's inside the top 10 right now also. Quietly good run for the 34 team. And once Harvick ends up getting cycled off of our screen on pit road, I think that's going to move McDowell up to 9th. Eric Jones in the top 10. He's been there all day. Wild race today at Pocono, at least in the late going. 600 viewers currently watching. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Burrito Bum 93, welcome. Normal for Pocono to have this many cautions. I'd say no. I mean, we looked up the most amount of cautions they've had in a single Pocono race in NASCAR history is 13. It happened twice, once in 1990 and once in 2005. So they're not really on pace to break that record. They still need 4 more cautions to tie it. We only have 16 laps to go. So we'd literally have to have a caution after every single restart like 4 more times for us to break that record. Which isn't impossible, but I just don't think it'll happen. Now, those were both in 500-mile races, though. This one is obviously a 400-mile race and 100 miles shorter. So that's probably why it feels as if there's more cautions than there usually is at Pocono, for the fact that the races we have seen about this many yellows, it's been an extra 100 miles. Now, Chastain did get out of his car under his own power, so he is okay, hopefully. Not something I was completely expecting, but I guess if you were to see it at all, it'd be in a battle for the win between these two. Christopher Waldrop, welcome to the stream. Chase is going to get FedEx. Go Chase. Jason T, welcome. Thinks Denny Hamlin's going to win. Here's Marty Snyder with Ben Bashore.
On stickers, the cycle tires have been a little bit freer for us, and we were tight there before that first caution came out. So hopefully this plays in our handling characteristics that we're fighting right now, and then having a front row restart and Kyle Busch up there. Hopefully we can get it done.
How dramatically has the car's handling changed, and also now different restart because your teammates up there with you fighting for the win?
Yeah, we haven't had to make too many adjustments today. It was, it's a little tight in spots, a little free, other sets of tires. We're just kind of back and forth right now. So we'll see where it goes here at the end.
And all the talk that's been going on off the track with this race team, how badly could you use a win right now?
Yeah, I mean, just for this team in general, we've had, 5-6 bad weeks here. Just finishes that weren't up to what we're expecting, so just trying to get back on track here.
Steve, I think I agree with what Kyle Busch said before the race, man. A win, that might cure everything, and all that contract talk, who knows, it might go away if Kyle pulls in victory lane.
Well, it would help it go away at least. I don't know that it would necessarily completely go away after a win. He does have a win already this season, and he has had a pretty consistent year at that. Probably better this year than what he has been in the last couple seasons, if I had to say so. Nathan Urich, welcome to the stream. Jason Buckman, welcome. Donna Stantz, thanks for tuning in here right at the very end as we are getting ready for another restart. They'll likely get the 1-to-go signal this time by. Kyle wrecked Denny. That not intentionally. Those two are teammates. Cloudy, welcome. Jake and Josh, welcome to the stream. Happened to Chastain. Denny Hamlin has wrecked him on the restart. Marcia Brighton, welcome. Jay Lee, welcome. We got a lot of new viewers just tuning in and coming into the chat for the first time. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Again, hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button. Our goal is 250 likes today. I haven't checked it in a while. Are we there yet? We are at 191. Smash that like button, everybody. We've got about a third of you guys that have not. The rain is still threatening also. Don't forget about that. It is getting closer, and if there's lightning within 8 miles of the racetrack, that will draw a little bit of an early end to this one today, so we'll see if we can get all 160 laps in. I have money on Kyle Busch today. He was my pick to win. Ronnie French, welcome. What I was going to say also is that, again, 75% of viewers on the channel over the last 28 days, as well as 90 days, pretty much the same percentage over both of those stretches, are not subscribed to the channel, but you guys keep tuning in for these live streams. So definitely hit that subscribe button. Helps me out a ton. Morgan Miles, welcome. William Valentine, welcome. Rodney JPR, 2008. He's pulling for Daniel Suarez. Suarez is restarting 6th. It is definitely getting more overcast and cloudy with the storms rolling in at Pocono today. Sun's been out most of the day too, so that could change the track conditions and give a little bit more grip. Maybe not as slick. You never know what restart could be the last one at this point. And will they be able to get the final 13 laps in? Denny Hamlin will restart on the outside lane of row 1. He's got his teammate Christopher Bell behind him with Kyle Busch and Chase Elliott on the inside of the first couple rows on the bottom. Green flag is going to be back in the air, and actually Elliott is going to be on the outside, not Bell. Elliott pushing Denny Hamlin, giving him a great launch down the Long Pond straightaway, and he is going to send him into turn 1. Hamlin is going to be clear off the exit of the corner. Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott are side by side for second. Elliott loses the nose, has to lift, and Busch will be in second place now. And Elliott puts a block on Reddick, nearly wrecks the 8 car. No, almost contacting the bobble and the bottleneck up behind the 9 of Elliott as Bell gets around Tyler Reddick going into turn 2. And Reddick going to have to pull in line. It looks like, no, wow, launches around the outside to get around Bell. I thought it was over. Reddick to the bottom underneath Chase Elliott. Power move from Tyler Reddick from the exit of turn 2 to stay on the high lane and get around the 20 of Bell. And can't quite get around Elliott for third through turn 3. Kyle Busch right in line behind Denny Hamlin in a battle for the lead with just 12 laps to go. Hamlin has about his right side tires in the resin. Kyle Busch had all 4 tires in the resin running just a little bit higher, trying to get a little bit more straightaway speed off the exit of the corner. We'll have the drafting help on top of it. It'll be interesting to see how aggressive Hamlin will be in mirror driving on the 18 and trying to put him in as much dirty air as possible. Busch a little bit lower in turn 2 than the 11 of Hamlin, getting a lot closer to that yellow line on the bottom. Remember, Hamlin spun in turn 2 earlier on in the day. Was able to save the race car. And Hamlin is going to gap Kyle Busch that time through turn 3. Elliott slowly pulling away from Tyler Reddick. Contact off turn 3 between Bell and Reddick as they battle hard for 4th. Reddick going way down the racetrack to try and side draft Bell. There's contact as Bell runs him back up the track again, heading towards turn 1. And Reddick is not going to be clear off the exit of turn 1. Bell still underneath them again. And as they continue to run side by side, Daniel Suarez and Michael McDowell start to close in. Suarez boxed in line, gives the 8 car a little push on the outside lane heading towards turn 2. Reddick is going to be able to pull clear of the 20. And now Suarez to the outside of Christopher Bell hangs on as they battle side by side for 6th. 5th place. Reddick is going to try to pull away from those 2 cars that are side by side behind him. And Michael McDowell might have lifted a little extra in turn 3. Both the cars side by side in front of him as now he's got pressure for Martin Truex Jr. behind him in a battle for 7th. Here's Parker Kligerman with Ross Chastain.
Denny Hamlin at the front of the field. What happened there from your point of view?
Parker, I think that's something that's been owed to me for a few months now, so I'm proud of the effort by Trackhouse and everybody in the Sport Body Express cards. It's week in and week out. We keep bringing fast Chevy Camaros, and everybody having help the Moose and Jockey to keep bringing bullets like that and keep bringing fast cars. It's a testament to GM and everybody at Chevrolet. So, yeah, it's another fast one, and we'll be back at Indy.
You feel like that was retaliation from him?
I've been owed that and probably some more for a few months now. So, yeah.
Is the score settled?
I don't know.
Say the laugh is worth 1,000 words there from us.
Daniel Suarez is also going to clear the 20 of Christopher Bell on the outside lane off the exit of turn 3. A lot of battles going on in the back half of the top 10 right now. A lot of accordion effects trying to block on the straightaways, break the draft, side drafting. It has been insane in the battles really from about 5th on back. Chastain seemed very understanding of the situation, at least. Outsider, welcome to the stream. Drumline 46, welcome. Adam Smith, thanks for tuning in. He's going Elliott for the win. Chase is 1.2 seconds off the lead in 3rd right now. Kyle Busch is about 0.6 of a second behind Denny Hamlin. The two most winningest drivers at this racetrack who started on the front row today are back running P1 and P2. Hamlin, much different day than Kyle Busch. Busch has been out in front for most of it. Denny Hamlin, though, who started on the pole, fell back after spinning, being mid-pack on a restart at the beginning of Stage 2, has battled his way back through the field. Knocking Ross Chastain into the wall as well. Hamlin gains about a tenth of a second, or at least pulls away a tenth of a second over Kyle Busch that time through turn 1. They'll have 7 laps to go this time by, 3 wide outside the top 10 in a battle between William Byron, Chase Briscoe, and Brad Keselowski into turn 2. Byron clipped the apron going into the corner, almost gets into the side of the 6 off the exit as they still run side by side, at least between the two cars, as they battle for 16th, it looks like, on the grid. And Byron will not take over the spot in turn 3, still side by side between the 24 and the 6 off the exit of the corner. Single file through most of the top 15 in front of him for right now. Michael McDowell and Kyle Larson probably the closest amongst each other in trying to battle for position right now, as they're within about 3 to 4 tenths of a second of each other. That would be a battle for 7th place. Byron and Keselowski have been side by side for almost an entire lap. Off the exit of turn 1, that is still the case. Quiet, but I guess solid day for Ty Gibbs, running in 15th right now in his Cup Series debut. And a car that he didn't even practice or qualify yesterday. This is the first I think he's ever even been in a next-gen car. And it's working out for him. 7 tenths of a second still is the difference between Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch. Joe Gibbs Racing teammates running 1-2 at the front of the field, again right where they started. Arizona slot wins, welcome to the stream. We'll crash in the last 2 laps. We'll see. They meaning the leaders? Morgan Miles, welcome. He's pulling for Kyle Busch in the late going. Kyle Busch a little bit faster than Denny Hamlin so far on this lap. Goes from 7 tenths of a second off the lead down to about maybe 6 tenths of a second off the lead as they head towards turn 3. And they will have 5 laps to go this time by. Denny Hamlin running a bit wider than Kyle Busch through turn 3 that time, using more of the resin where Busch was down towards the bottom. Reddick got loose off of turn 3, overdriving his car and almost lost it. He almost got into the outside wall, and then he was pointed towards the inside wall and almost got there as well. Luckily, Reddick was able to gather it up. Keeps the car from spinning as we continue to stay green. Everybody's got to be pushing hard, especially in the top 4, all within 2.2 seconds of each other yet. Showing the replay of Reddick's slide. I saw it off of the camera, even though it was pointed on the 11 of Hamlin at the time. I saw him get loose off the top of the screen. Hasn't lost much time, and in fact, Chase Elliott's been a little bit quicker than Denny Hamlin over the last couple laps as well, as he's reeled him in within about 1.2 seconds off the lead. Kyle Larson, again, closely battling Michael McDowell for 7th on screen right now, for those of you watching on the USA Network, off the exit of turn 3. Nose to tail at the line. Larson's got a run in the draft, pulls low. McDowell with a block, a half block. Now Larson's going to get underneath them into turn 1. Side by side for position there between the 5 and the 34. And Larson will be clear for 7th place off the exit of turn 1. So about 8 tenths of a second now is the difference between Hamlin and Busch. Hamlin about a tenth quicker than Kyle that last lap. Hamlin has got the most wins of any current driver in NASCAR history at Pocono, and he was tied for the most all-time with Jeff Gordon. If he wins his 7 today, it will be 7 at the Tricky Triangle for Denny Hamlin. It will be the all-time winner at this racetrack. The site in which he got his first and second career wins back in his rookie season in 2006. This track has been good for him pretty much his entire career. Busch a little bit quicker than Hamlin the last lap, back down to 0.6 of a second difference right now with 3 laps to go. Does Kyle Busch have anything for Denny Hamlin in these final 2.5 laps as they work their way through the tunnel turn? Remember, Denny Hamlin was kind of close on fuel, had a couple cautions in there to try and save gas. He was about 2.5 to 3 laps short. We haven't really talked about that in a while. It was kind of pretty much estimated that he was going to be good on fuel to the end with those 2 cautions coming out, one of which that he kind of caused after wrecking Chastain. Hamlin a bit quicker than Busch that last lap. They're kind of trading back and forth. It seems like one lap Busch is about 1/10 quicker than Hamlin. Another lap Hamlin's about 1/10 quicker than Kyle Busch. And that continues to stay back and forth between them. I don't think Busch is going to have a shot to get to Hamlin. 0.9 of a second difference into the tunnel turn. Hamlin just trying to get to the white flag. That would signify the next flag would end the race, whether it's a yellow or a checker. And we will get all 400 miles in today's race without any issues with rain. That was threatening by the time we got into the final stage, even with the closing laps turning into overcast. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go. 0.8 of a second at the line is the difference between first and second place. That's about 4 to 5 car lengths between Hamlin and Busch right now. Chase Elliott 2 seconds back in third, has fallen at the pace of the top 2 in front of him. 2 more corners to go for Denny Hamlin as he works his way off of turn 1. As long as he has enough fuel, he is going to win this race. We saw last lap pass for the win. Last year, Hamlin ran out of gas coming to the white flag, and Kyle Busch stole the win away. And also in the first race, it was the last lap pass when Larson blew a tire in the final turn on the final lap, and Alex Bowman, his teammate, went to victory lane. Final corner for Denny Hamlin as he works his way off of turn 3. Back to the Long Pond straightaway front stretch and the start-finish line. It'll be win number 3 of the season for Denny Hamlin as he'll win his 7th career race at the Tricky Triangle. Kyle Busch is going to end up finishing in 2nd, Chase Elliott 3rd, Tyler Reddick 4th, and Daniel Suarez will round out the top 5 today at Pocono. 6th place was Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson 7th, 8th was Michael McDowell, Martin Truex Jr. in 9th, and Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 10. Denny Hamlin has won today. Almost 800 of you guys watching along the way. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. And tune in for the post-race show. You guys will get to hear interviews from all the top finishers. And we will go over all the pre-race predictions, fantasy, and much more in the post-race show. Whoops. Wrong screen. There we go. Accidentally put the point standings on there. Those will not update quick enough for us to look at. Hopefully NBC gives us a graphic that I will not miss here by the end of the race, so that way I can verify exactly what the point scenario is leaving today's race. Ryan Blaney DNF'd. I think Harvick might have finished, but he was well towards the back after being involved. He did finish on the lead lap, it looks like, but back at 29th. Yeah, that was bad pit strategy for Bubba earlier for sure. Hamlin in the middle of his burnouts right now. I'd have to imagine he'll be doing some burnouts on the front stretch at this racetrack. In front of a sold-out grandstand. I wonder what the crowd reaction is going to be like, considering Hamlin wrecked Chastain, even though it was probably owed, that Chastain had mentioned. Our goal is 250 likes, by the way. We're only 7 away right now, so be sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you have not already. Jay Lee, Ford equals found on road dead. Yeah, not a good day for the Fords. Only one in the top 10. Believe it or not, it was Michael McDowell in 8th. Ty Gibbs actually fell back to 18th there at the end. He was in 15th with a few laps to go, but he lost spots to Briscoe, Keselowski, and Almirola. Not a bad debut, but kind of is what it is. Kind of similar to Zane Smith's debut earlier this year, to be completely honest. Just, nothing great, but stayed out of trouble. King Bogart, welcome. He had a top 20. Still waiting on the interview for Denny Hamlin. Again, you guys will get to listen to that as well as all the other interviews in this post-race. We'll go through the full field finishing order once we get the first commercial break during the post-race from NBC. Well, I guess it's on the USA Network, but NBC Sports. Joey Logano fan, welcome into the stream right at the end here. Was a good race. I'd say it was a good race.
In stage 2 today, the fuel concerns at the end. How did you overcome all that to get back to victory lane for the 7th time at Pocono?
It's the team. They just were able to come back with a great strategy there to get us back up front from the mistake I made.
Taylor in for a hug. Oh, crying, tears there. Oh, look at that. Denny, I think the booze might be from the contact with the 1, so was that straight payback?
I mean, what'd you want me to do? What'd you expect me to do? It was, we got position on him and he just ran out of racetrack.
So let's talk about it. Is it now over between you and Ross Chastain in your book?
I mean, we're going to just keep racing hard until we get the respect back from these guys. And, it's not just that. We've been wrecked 4 times, twice while leading in the last 10 months, and I'm at the end of it.
Denny, this is win number 49. It ties you with your former teammate, Tony Stewart. You also won behind Junior Johnson right now. Did you ever dream or ever believe, and you actually passed Tony Stewart, did you ever believe you would be at this point?
No, never. I mean, I just wanted to be a local short track racer in Virginia. That's all I really cared about. But I was able to get a great break from J.D. Gibbs, and that's why I'm driving the number 11 for Joe Gibbs Racing. And just got to say thank you so much to Toyota, FedEx, Shady Rays, the Jordan brand, Coca-Cola, everyone who makes this possible, Sport Clips. It feels good to win here at Pocono.
One more thing, what's your reaction when you hear those boos from the fans in the stands?
I hear more cheers than boos.
All right, Denny Hamlin making a statement, 3rd win of the year. And Rick, I'll tell you what, championship or not, 49 career wins. Those are Hall of Fame numbers, as you mentioned.
1 win shy of 50 in Denny Hamlin's career. Again, his 3rd of the season and his 7th all-time at Pocono, giving him the most wins of any other driver at the Tricky Triangle. Curse Studios, thanks for the $5 super chat. Had a blast as always. Thank you for giving that donation. And thanks for tuning in once again as well. For those of you watching right now, again, this is going to be the final live race commentary live stream for the next couple weeks, at least for the Cup Series. Next live race commentary for a Cup race on the channel for the real races on the race weekend won't be until Richmond in a few weeks. I'll be at the Michigan race in 2 weeks, and the next weekend I'll be at my grandparents' house watching the race for the Indianapolis Road Course. But we'll be back at Richmond. Circle your calendars. Don't forget. And I'll keep you guys updated, obviously, with the streaming schedules in the community tab between now and then also. But that will be the next commentary for a Cup race on the channel. Enjoyed, came in late. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. There's a couple other new comers into the chat there at the end. Lynn Wright Ricardo Andres Herrera's Calderon. Yeah, and Hamlin did spin out, came back to win from that. Again, any other interviews you get from any of the top finishers, you guys will get to listen in. Glad I caught this one. Yeah, this was a very interesting race to say the least. Denny Hamlin, he doubled down today. He got the win and he paid back Ross Chastain in the late going for it. Big win for Denny Hamlin and both the record books and the ego, I guess. Kyle Busch led the most laps today. He led 3 different times for a total of 63 laps led. He also won Stage 2 in the race. Stage 1 was won by Kyle Larson way back at the beginning. And we'll go through all the top finishers now while NBC is on their commercial break. Denny Hamlin with the win, 9/10 of a second margin of victory today. Average race speed of 121.89 miles an hour. And we had, I believe, 9 cautions total in today's race as well. Let's see here. 10 different leaders for 16 lead changes total on today's race. Rod G, thanks for the $5 super chat as well. Great job yet again, Keegan. Well, thank you for tuning in, and thanks for leaving the $5 super chat. So again, today's top finishers, Denny Hamlin with the win, 9/10 of a second over Kyle Busch in second place. Chase Elliott finishes in third. Tyler Reddick in fourth. And Daniel Suarez will round out today's top 5. 2 Toyotas and 3 Chevys in the top 5. Christopher Bell will finish in 6th, backing up a good performance after a win last week at New Hampshire. Kyle Larson, again, mentioned he won a stage, also finishes 7th. Michael McDowell 8th, Martin Truex Jr. 9th, and Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 10. McDowell the only Ford in the top 10 today. In fact, the only Ford in the top 14 in today's race. Eric Jones fell back. He finished 11th there at the end. Austin Dillon, looking at the point standings real quick so I can give that to you guys afterwards. Austin Dillon finishes in 12th. Alex Bowman in 13th. 14th is William Byron. Eric Almirola 15th. And Brad Keselowski is 16th. Chase Briscoe 17th. Ty Gibbs in his debut finishing 18th for the injured Kurt Busch. Cole Custer in 19th. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. rounds out the top 20. Corey LaJoie in 21st. 22nd, Joey Logano. Justin Haley 23rd. Ty Dillon 24th. Harrison Burton 25th. Noah Gragson 26th, Todd Gillen 27th, Cody Ware 28th, Kevin Harvick, last car on the lead lap at 29th, was involved in that late incident between Chastain and Hamlin. J.J. Ailey 30th, first car 1 lap down. Chris Buescher 2 laps down at 31st. 32nd is B.J. McLeod. Here's Kyle Busch with Parker Kligerman real quick.
Late, what more did you need?
We were trending loose there, that run where the 1 car was trailing me and keeping up with me, so figured that was our hindrance, and we snuck it up a little bit and overjumped it too far and was just way tight that whole last run. So when the 1 and the 11 were out in front of us, I was falling back from those guys. So we were lucky to get a couple cautions there, lucky to keep pace like we did there at the end through the 11. We didn't have a shot there. We were just too tight. So I hate it that didn't adjust right or didn't call something right there. But, thanks to all my guys, appreciate Ben and everybody at Joe Gibbs Racing for what they do, all the work, all the hard work, the Toyota Camry I get to drive, and M&M's being the Fan Appreciation 400. This was something special. We wanted to go out and honor all of our associates, honor all of them, and come up 1 spot short qualifying, 1 spot short in the race. So that's definitely frustrating and hate it for all them too, but we'll go next week, I guess.
What can you learn from a day like today where maybe it's just that one adjustment that takes you out of being the winning car?
Yeah, I mean, if we left it alone, there was too many laps to go, we would have trended loose and probably lost it loose, so I don't know. I need to go back to the setup sheets and look and see, what maybe was different in the 11 and their adjustments that allowed them to be just that much tick better at the end. But I mean, man, we're talking half tenths, it's all so close. And here at a racetrack like Pocono, if you're not a half a second faster than the guy in front of you anyway, you're going to have a hard time passing them regardless. So, even if we would have had a tenth or a tenth and a half better than them at the end of the race and ran up to them and caught to them, I don't know that I would have been able to maneuver around them.
So close for Kyle Busch's 18 team.
So close, but
Finishing up the results there at the end, 33rd to 36th was Austin Cindric with the toe link issue, finished 6 laps down in 33rd. And 34th on back DNF today, Ross Chastain in 34th. Ryan Blaney had an accident late, finishes 35th. And Josh Bilicki wrecked back in stage 2, rounds out the 36-car field today. The point standings leaving today, now these are not accurate on the screen. I don't know why I really went to that. Let me go back to the leaderboard. Those are not accurate. So, point standings I just saw on the screen a little bit ago. Ryan Blaney is still 105 points to the good because Kevin Harvick finished 29th. He only beat Blaney by a couple positions. And I think Blaney had about as many stage points, if not more stage points, than Kevin Harvick. It looked like 6 positions was the difference between Harvick and Blaney. And Blaney came in, I believe, 105 or 106 points to good. So he's basically came in and left with about the same points difference over Kevin Harvick, despite the fact he finished 35th with that accident late. Harvick getting caught up, that cost him a lot. If Harvick wouldn't have gotten caught up in that wreck and would have finished top 5, he'd be about 25 points, maybe even more than that, closer to Blaney and Truex on the cutoff line. And Martin Truex Jr. now, I believe, was 84 points above the cutoff line, so he's extended that gap with him getting a top 10 today, and Harvick obviously getting involved in that last caution late. So that definitely hurt Kevin Harvick. I'd probably be pretty upset that I was at the hands of an accident while having a good day because of 2 drivers that have been feuding throughout the course of the summer. Definitely an innocent bystander in that, and it could cost him playoff spot potentially at regular season's end. Gonna be crazy in Michigan. First you got to go to Indy Road Course. Yep. Alrighty. So that's the point standings. I wanted to look at the fantasy now. Oh, don't tell me this is... We might not be able to look at the fantasy. NASCAR's website is... oh, there we go. I got to scroll down. They changed it. It used to be on the top right-hand corner. Now it's towards the bottom of the page. Well, unfortunately, I lost some points at the end of today's race. I would have had Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin in my lineup, but I forgot to set my lineup coming in. So, I could have had the top 2 finishers in today's race. Unfortunately, I did not because I did not have the lineup. So, the advice I gave you guys is better than my actual team. Needless to say, I had Ross Chastain. He got wrecked out late. Martin Truex Jr. had a top 10. Good run there. Finished 9th. Blaney wrecked late. Christopher Bell had a good day. He had a top 10. Finished 6th. Harvick got involved in that accident late. And Almirola was in the garage. And I would have had him in the starting lineup, but the reason why I put him in the garage is because he was well behind all the other 5 going into the last stage as well, unfortunately. So no bonus points because, like I said, I forgot to set my lineup. I probably would have picked Bell to finish higher than Harvick. I would have gotten that. I would have picked Jones over Almirola because I said he was a dark horse. Honestly, I think I would have had all the... I would have had all except for Kyle Busch because I picked Busch to win. So I would have had 30 bonus points too, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. That's what I get. Forget my lineup. I've been terrible with that this year. It's costing me the regular season championship. I might not have won it anyway, but I would have been a whole heck of a lot closer. Inside Uranus, who comes in as the points leader, wins again. Back-to-back wins for him, extending his regular season points lead with now just 5 races to go in our regular season championship battle on the Fantasy League. Again, you can tune in or at least join the Fantasy League by searching up the NASCAR mobile app or website. Go into Fantasy. Sign up with your email. It's free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets at any NASCAR race of your choosing in 2023, excluding the Daytona 500. If you win either of those 2 championships, you automatically qualify for the playoffs if you are in the playoffs when the playoffs begin. Jordan 1199 finishes in second today with 199 points. By the way, Inside Uranus had 223 points. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan finishes third with 198 points. Monster Jam X10 with 194 points in fourth, and EC23 with 184 points rounds out the top 5 today. Let's see who Inside Uranus had on his team. He had Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, they all had top 10s, and you had Blaney who wrecked out late. Had Bubba Wallace in his garage, which would have been a good replacement, but unfortunately we didn't know that. Obviously Blaney was going to... He was probably basing it off of the bad strategy Bubba Wallace had towards the end of the race, which he still came back to get a top 10. Otherwise, he would have had all 5 of his drivers inside the top 10 if he could have made that switch. Bonus points, it looked like he got 30 bonus points out of the 40. So that led to him getting the win this week. He had the 8th, 9th, 22nd, and 24th place drivers in points today. And 27th. Not good for me. So it doesn't look like we're going to get another interview for the meantime. So that is going to wrap up today's live stream. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Again, appreciate the support as always on the channel, whether it is with these streams or the streams during the week. I appreciate you guys listening to my commentary and growing this channel, because I couldn't do it without you guys. And enjoy the feedback during the race. It's just great to watch the race with you guys on a weekend basis. Not something I usually got to do much growing up. Watching with other NASCAR fans. So great to meet you guys on a weekly basis, whether you're new or returning viewers of the channel as well. I will see you guys tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time will be the next live stream. It will be Talladega on NASCAR 21 Ignition. Again, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Start Time, Talladega on NASCAR 21 Ignition on the channel. And that should be an interesting one. It'll be the second race of the round of 12 of the playoffs as we work closer towards the end of our final season there. Also, tune in later tonight. I'll have the race highlight video from the grandstands of the SRX race at Sharon, the season finale last night, up on the channel by the end of the night as well. Get to work on that after I get something to eat here. And I will see you guys again tomorrow. Have a good rest of your Sunday evening. Hopefully enjoyed today's race coverage of the M&M's Fan Appreciation 400 at Pocono, live on KRC. Signing off. Until next time, see you guys tomorrow night.